Chapter 678. This bastard, son of a bitch, we agreed to go together. How can he not keep his word? This time, Yi Fengsheng, Wang Kaixian, and the others were really angry. They had clearly agreed to go see teacher together, so why did he quietly run off alone? This kind of behavior was much more serious than saying that they would grow old together, but you secretly went to bake oil. Exactly. What kind of logic is that? Wang Kaixian was so angry that he stomped his feet and cursed. Fang Yan, that be asterisk starred, pushing us once is what he should do. Pushing us twice is due to our friendship. Pushing us 3 or 4 times means that he doesn't treat us as brothers. We have treated him with sincerity. What does he mean by doing this? Yi Rou frowned slightly. She didn't like it when others scolded Fang Yan. No matter what the reason was, he didn't like her. Don't get excited. Let's listen to what Gentle has to say. Chen Yanqing was experienced and prudent. She stood out and said that to smooth things over. You still don't understand what happened? Why are you all cursing and swearing? Li Xiaotian and Ruan Qian also let go of each other. They stopped wrestling and gathered around to listen to Yi Rou. Yi Rou nodded to Chen Yanqing to express her gratitude and said, Fang Yan and I met Mr. Yi when we were walking by Shihizi. Mr. Yi asked me to come back and ask Fang Yan to go back with him. You can't be thinking of silencing me, right? Yi Fengsheng asked with a pale face. Let's *CK this thing up. Li Xiaotian was rather agitated. He rushed to the corner of the wall and took out a broadsword. Although the Li family was good at using fists, it was not a problem to have a broadsword to defend themselves. It also looked more threatening. As for whether the teacher would buy it or not, that would be another matter. Chen Yanqing looked at Yi Rou and said, Rou, you haven't recovered yet. You'd better go back and rest. Rest assured, as long as we're still alive, we won't let Fang Yan suffer any losses. Yes. I don't believe that Mr. can single-handedly wipe out all of us. Ruan Jing roared, his face red. It was quite interesting for a delicate and gentle man to shout such hot-blooded words. Yi Rou refused and said, I'll go with you. Sis, your body. Yi Fengsheng tried to persuade her further. I won't do anything. I'll just watch from the side, Yuan said. Watching is also a form of strength. If there were more witnesses, you wouldn't have gone too far with Fang Yan. I understand. Yi Fengsheng nodded. Let's go find Sir. Let's go see Fang Yan, Chen Yanqing said. Thus, the group of youngsters ran towards the entrance of Swallow's Dock where the teacher lived. As they ran, they shouted loudly at the yards they passed. A life for a life, a debt must be paid back. Mr. wants to see Fang Yan. Mr. wants to see Fang Yan. Everyone, come and take a look. Sir said that he will give justice to Fang Yan. As they ran, the gates of the courtyard were opened one after another. Some of the gates were open, and people ran out of the courtyard. More gates were closed at an even faster speed. It was better not to get involved in some things. When they ran to the Fang family's house, Yi Fengsheng turned a corner, trotted through the hall, and ran to the backyard. He shouted to Fang Hui, who was sitting in the yard drinking tea, Grandpa, Grandpa, Fang Yan went to see Sir. Sir wants Fang Yan to see him. Where's the thing you prepared? Fang Hui was stunned for a moment, then he laughed and said, in the second drawer of the mahogany cabinet in my room. You can use it. Yi Fengsheng rushed into Fang Hui's room and rummaged through it. Soon, he came out with something. He shook his fat butt and ran outside, saying, Grandpa, you don't have to come here. We're here. His voice faded away, and before he finished speaking, he had already disappeared. Fang Hui sat in the yard in silence for a long time. He said to the King Kong eagle, who was looking around curiously, it's a little late, but it still came out. Sir. He sighed and turned his wheelchair in circles in the yard. Fang Yan had never fought with Sir. Fang Yan had never even seen Sir in action. However, Fang Yan knew that Sir must be an expert. How could Sir, who could cultivate an expert like Bai Xiu, be mediocre? Fang Yan and Bai Xiu had fought before, and Bai Xiu's swordsmanship had reached the highest level of profound meaning. Fang Yan had only heard from the elders of Swallow Dock that Sir was an expert in swordsmanship, and that his thunderclap sword was impenetrable. However, Sir had also said to the elders in the village that Bai Xiu was an expert in swordsmanship, and that he was superior to him. Then, whether the master was stronger than the disciple, or the disciple had surpassed the master, was unknown. However, it was conceivable that the master and disciple were both masters of swordsmanship. Sir didn't use a sword, but his hand was the sword. The sword swung out, plain and indifferent. There was no rolling energy, no thunder or lightning. It was as if he wasn't using the thunderclap sword, but the soul-vanishing saber. However, Fang Yan knew that Sir was using the thunderclap sword. The true profound meaning of the thunderclap sword lay in silent thunder. Bai Xiu's sword swung out, thunder rose, the momentum was huge, and the sword chi was overbearing. Bai Xiu gained the upper hand with a show of strength, but he also lost because he exposed too much. Sir's sword was plain and simple. You didn't know where you would be shocked, and you didn't know where the thunder was. However, you knew that the thunder would definitely detonate. Just like the last move that Fang Yan used in the battle with Bai Xiu, hidden thunder, sword not shocking thunder, but person shocking thunder. The most exquisite part was that it was hidden and ready to strike at any moment. That was the sword that Bai Xiu used with all his strength, and it was also his last life-saving move. In Bai Xiu's view, that sword could be his trump card. Of course, that sword really caused great trouble for Fang Yan. Fang Yan caught the lightning in the air and was almost blown to pieces by it. However, Sir used his palm as a sword and casually used such a move. This big liar! Fang Yan thought in grief and indignation. He even said, Bai Xiu is better at the sword than me. In order to make his disciple proud, he went against his conscience and said such irresponsible words. If he had known that Sir was so powerful, Fang Yan would have pretended to be dead when he met Sir just now. Or he would have sent his girlfriend home first, then hid in the Yi residence and not come out until his body recovered or the Taiji heart appeared again. With Fang Yan's current state, it would be very difficult to take this sword. However, with Fang Yan's current state of mind, he would take this sword even if he died. Things had already come to this, and he couldn't take even half a step back. Fang Yan's footwork came from the self-created drunken crane riding the wind, a genius of a generation, the old drunkard Mo Qingdi. Fang Yan's body became blurred, and under the sunlight appeared 1 Fang Yan, 2 Fang Yan, 3 Fang Yan, and countless Fang Yan. With the naked eye, it was densely packed with Fang Yan. Fang Yan thought that since he couldn't beat him, he would use a superior body movement to avoid this killer move, waste some time, and then find a chance to turn the tables. Just like when he dueled with the Tao addict, Song Zhansheng. As long as he didn't die, as long as he was alive, he would definitely find a chance to fight back. Fang Huohuo was good at this. Fang Yan's speed was at the extreme. He felt that he had turned into a bolt of lightning. Boom! He felt his chest tighten, and then his body rose into the air and flew backward. When he was still flying in the air, he spat out a mouthful of blood. It was just like the 72 transformations of Sun Wukong. With a single somersault cloud, he could travel 108,000 li. No matter how he flew, he still couldn't escape from Buddha Rulai's grasp. Fang Yan was Sun Wukong, and Mr. was Buddha Rulai. Fang Yan still couldn't dodge. Clang! Fang Yan's body fell heavily on the hard stone ground, and then rolled backward. Bang! Fang Yan's body slammed heavily against the wall of the courtyard, and only then did he manage to stop with difficulty. He propped up his body with both hands, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Teacher, who stood still inside the door, with a face full of surprise. Too strong. Teacher was too strong. Because of the moving mountain, Fang Yan's body still couldn't recover, and the heart of Tai Chi was in a dead fetus state. However, this didn't mean that Fang Yan didn't have any fighting ability. Without the heart of Tai Chi, Fang Yan was still a first-class master in Swallow Dock. Even if he fought with someone like Yi Daoling, he wouldn't let the other party gain any advantage. However, when facing Teacher, he didn't have any power to fight back. Teacher slashed out with his sword, and Fang Yan used all his means but still couldn't escape. This wasn't just a gap in strength, but a gap in realm. Teacher was still standing inside the door, still standing in the shadow of the hut. Fang Yan was lying outside the hut, lying under the warm sunlight. His clothes were dyed red with blood, and the corners of his mouth were stained with blood, making him look a little embarrassed. Fang Yan looked at Teacher in disbelief and said, "Why is it like this? Why is the gap so big? Fang Yan, don't you understand?" Teacher looked at Fang Yan and said. One of his hands was still holding the enamel jar, and there was still half a jar of big leaf tea in it. During the course of their battle, not a single drop of tea spilled out. "I don't understand," Fang Yan said. He didn't understand, nor did he want to understand. He was the young genius of Swallow Dock, the target of countless praises. He had worked so hard, breaking through again and again. He had just comprehended the light of Tai Chi. Although he could not use the heart of Tai Chi in this battle, he, who had lost the heart of Tai Chi, was so vulnerable. "Realm," Teacher said. "Realm." Fang Yan had an ominous feeling. He stared coldly at Teacher and asked, "Is Teacher at the Heavenly Tao Realm?" Chapter 679. What was the Heavenly Tao Realm? Such a state was difficult to describe with words. It could only be explained with examples. Black Dragon, one of the Huaxia 3 dragons, was at the Heavenly Tao Realm. Divine Dragon, one of the Huaxia 3 dragons, was at the Heavenly Tao Realm. At his peak, Mo Qingdi was also at the Heavenly Tao Realm. In a place like Swallow Dock where experts gathered, Mo Qingdi had suppressed all the elites of Swallow Dock to the point of suffocation after he reached the Heavenly Tao Realm. And he was known as the #1 martial artist in Swallow Dock for 100 years. He was the most talented and heaven-defying existence. That also meant that Swallow Dock, which specialized in martial arts, had only produced Mo Qingdi in 100 years. He was the only Heavenly Tao Realm expert. But even so, it was enough to make the people of Swallow Dock feel that it was an impressive matter. From this, it could be seen how rare Heavenly Tao Realm experts were. They were gods and warriors, but they were far removed from the pugilistic world. Have you ever seen a divine dragon compete with other martial artists for supremacy? Have you ever seen Black Dragon appear in the mortal world? Have you ever seen Mo Qingdi be considered a Heavenly Tao Realm expert who was closer to the people? Of course, that was a lifestyle he began after his tendons were maimed by Divine Dragon. Back when he was still a Heavenly Tao Realm expert, he was best at roaming the world alone with a sword. He would rid the world of injustice and challenge all the experts in the world, such as challenging the Japanese 36 islands. Even now, Japanese warriors would gnash their teeth at the mention of Mo Qingdi, treating it as a great humiliation. However, no one had ever told Fang Yan that Mr. was a Heavenly Tao Realm expert. His grandfather, Fang Hui, had never said it. His senior brother, Old Drunkard, had never said it. No one in Swallow Dock had said it. If Mr. wasn't a Heavenly Tao Realm expert, then what was the difference in realm between them? If Mr. was a Heavenly Tao Realm expert, how could such a shocking matter be hidden from everyone? How could it be hidden from Mo Qingdi's eyes? Mr. is at the Heavenly Tao Realm? Only the heavens knew what Fang Yan was feeling when he asked this question. He felt aggrieved as though he had kicked a metal plate, but more of it was a sense of helplessness. If Mr. was at the Heavenly Tao Realm, what was the point of his return other than inviting humiliation? The answer he wanted, the so-called truth, would probably be drowned by Mr.'s might. Heavenly Tao Realm. The gentleman's face revealed a ruminative expression as he said with uncertainty, "I'm not at the Heavenly Tao Realm." No. Fang Yan felt relieved. In the past, Fang Yan felt that the stronger Mr. was, the better. It would be best if he was the strongest in the universe. Even if Ultraman or Transformers came, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. Right now, he didn't want Mr. to be too strong. If Mr. was too strong, to the point of being a heavenly Tao realm expert, he would never be able to avenge his father's death, right? No. The teacher seemed to have finally figured it out. His attitude became firm as he said, I had one foot in it, but I found it boring, so I pulled it back. Fang Yan's heart suddenly became sluggish, as if someone had used a heavy object to hit him. His face was also burning with pain. One of his feet had stepped in, and then he pulled it back on his own. Did he think that the heavenly axiom was a zoo and a shopping mall? Fang Yan had yet to find the critical point for a breakthrough, nor did he know what it was like to climb the heavenly axiom. Old Drunkard had never discussed such topics with him. Instead, from Yi Gentle's description, the heavenly axiom was a state of mind after accumulating strength. The heavenly axiom was a process of breaking through oneself, as well as a process of finding oneself. Of course, most importantly, the heavenly axiom was a process of forgetting oneself and wholeheartedly serving the Tao. A pure land, a smile, a mortal fate. A thought, a tranquility, a lotus blooming in the heart. Let there be nothing else in your world except the heavenly axiom. Yi Gentle's shackles were due to her deep feelings, so it affected her advancement into the heavenly axiom. However, because she couldn't bear to sever her ties with Fang Yan, not only did she fail the challenge, she even suffered a backlash from the heavenly axiom. She was possessed by a mental demon, and was nearly burned to death by the volcano in her body. Because Fang Yan had risked his life to save her, Yi Gentle had escaped the calamity. Even so, her body was still weak, and it was difficult for her to move. This was the truth of the heavenly axiom, and this was the power of the heavenly axiom. How powerful was Mr. to be able to move freely within the heavenly axiom and leave at any time? If someone else had said this to me, I would have thought they were crazy. Fang Yan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said aloud. But coming from Mr.'s mouth, I believe it. Mr. smiled indifferently and said, Little brat, you have confidence in me on this point. But, this won't do. Mr. said. I still want justice. Fang Yan held onto the wall with one hand and climbed up from the ground. Mr. frowned and looked at Fang Yan and said, What if I don't give you an answer today? Then I'll stand here. Fang Yan said in a deep voice, I'll stand here and be beaten to death by you. Is there a meaning? Mr.'s frown deepened, and even his face became serious. It was as if, in his opinion, Fang Yan's choice was an extremely stupid thing to do. There's a meaning, Fang Yan said with incomparable firmness. I can't kill you, I can't get the answer, but I can tarnish you. I'll tarnish you with my death. Tarnish your reputation, tarnish your credibility, tarnish your image, tarnish the totem of Swallow Dock. Every time people mention you, they will think of you killing a talented young man. For the sake of your murderous disciple, you killed another student of Swallow Dock. Your image will collapse, your credibility will be ruined, and your authority will be questioned. Whether people say it out loud or not, everyone will think that you're a murderer in their hearts. This is your revenge. Mr.'s face was so gloomy that water could almost be squeezed out of it. He said, This is your revenge against the enemy who killed your father? This is the way you, Fang Yan, handle things when you're in a crisis? Fang Yan, you usually boast that you're a rare smart person, but your performance today is simply disappointing. Such a Fang Yan, I might as well kill you with my sword. Fang Yan walked towards Mr. step by step and said with a smile, What can I do? What can I do? You're Mr., the person I respected the most apart from my grandfather, the person I thought was the strongest apart from the old drunkard. When I was very young, I called you Mr. I wanted you to be my master. When I grew up, I wanted to go to school and become a teacher. I wanted to inherit your legacy. Although none of my wishes came true, you're still the Mr. in my heart. I thought to myself, all the teachers in the world should be like you. Later on, when I went to Huacheng and became a teacher by chance, it was also because I was subconsciously influenced by you. I thought that since I couldn't be Swallow Dock's Mister, it would be good to be the teacher of other children. In the end, there would be some resemblance to you. There would always be some areas where I would look up to you. Look, you have such a place in my heart. How could I use such a method to deal with you? You're right. I'm a person who doesn't like to play by the rules. I can use crafty plots against you, I can ambush you, poison you, or any other method. I have 10,000 ways to take revenge. But that person is you, Mr. from Swallow Dock. That's why I'm not willing to do that. The general dismounts the horse, the Prime Minister alights the palanquin. Ever since I was young, my grandfather said this to me. Although I didn't quite understand what it meant, I subconsciously felt proud of these words. Swallow Dock has its pride to protect, and Mr. has his reputation to protect. I'm a member of Swallow Dock, and I'm proud of this collective. I don't want to be an exception to this collective, and I don't want to be its disgrace. That's why I came back openly, and I stand in front of you openly. Mr.'s brows finally relaxed. His eyes looked thoughtfully at Fang Yan, who was walking towards him step by step. Mister, please give me an answer. Fang Yan stood at the door, stood in front of Mr., and said aloud. Mr. stood outside the door, and he and Mr. were only separated by a doorsill. Mister, please give me an answer. Fang Yan pleaded. By Xiao, why did he kill my father? Mr. held the enamel jar in one hand, and his other hand turned into a sword again. Thunderclap sword. Stop. A coarse voice roared. You old man, stop. The man's angry voice rang out. Even in his angry state, he didn't dare to curse in front of Mr. From this, it could be seen how deep Mr.'s prestige was. Mister, what are you doing? Let's talk this out. Chen Yanqing said with a smile. As a civil servant in the ministry, he had practiced not to get angry easily during his work. As they spoke, a group of young people ran in front of Fang Yan, using their fat or thin bodies to block in front of Mr. Yi Fengsheng, Li Xiaotian, Chen Yanqing, Wang Kaixian, Wan Qian, except for Zhu Zaidan, who was far away in the North Sea, Swallow Dock's #1 male heavenly group, Hua Meinan, were all here, blocking in front of Fang Yan. Yi Rou rushed over, and saw the blood on Fang Yan's face, the dust on his back, and the dent in the wall. Her expression was cold, but she didn't say anything. She only walked to Fang Yan's side, stretched out her small hand, and held Fang Yan's blood-stained hand. Fang Yan wanted to break free, but she held on tightly. When Fang Yan exerted force, she also exerted force. She used her small action to express to Fang Yan that wherever he was, she would be there. Chapter 680. The Mr. looked at Yi Fengsheng, Li Xiaotian, and the others who had hurried over, and said with a smile, I knew you little brats had returned, but you were always hiding and refusing to show your faces. Mr. is no longer qualified to be your Mr. You didn't even greet Mr. when you returned? What? Were you waiting for today to show me who I was? How could that be? We came back a few days ago, but not because we didn't want to visit Mr., but because Li Xiaotian was sick. Yes, Li Xiaotian was very sick. We have been staying by his side these few days, afraid that something might happen to him. Yi Fengsheng's face was full of awkwardness, and he said, We didn't come to show you who you are. In our Swallow Dock, who can show you who you are? We just heard that you wanted to give justice to Fang Yan, so we came to see. Yes, yes. Li Xiaotian also nodded, and said, I was sick some time ago, very sick. We all believe that Mr. is fair and just in handling matters. Chen Yanqing looked at the Mr. with a smile, and said, In all these years, I have never heard of Mr. wrongly accusing anyone. The Mr. laughed heartily, and put down the sword in his hand. Looking at the group of young people from Swallow Dock who kept flattering him, he said with a smile, You all put one hat on my head after another, but it is because you don't trust me enough, right? You say that I am fair and just in handling matters, but that is because you are worried that I am not fair and just in the matter of Fang Yan. You say that I have not wrongly accused anyone all these years, but you are worried that I have wrongly accused someone in the matter of Fang Yan. The smile on the mister's face froze, and he looked at Fang Yan and the others with a serious voice, and said, "What if I say that I do not give you an explanation this time?" All the young people were dumbfounded. They had thought of Mister's reaction, but they did not expect Mister to have such a reaction. What kind of attitude was this? Was this not a hooligan? If Fang Yan or any of them were hooligans, they would feel that it was natural, but when Mister acted like a hooligan, it was hard to accept. "Mister, what do you mean?" Yi Fengsheng asked. "What I mean is, the matter could have been solved in another way," the teacher said. "For example?" Yi Fengsheng asked. "For example, if I cut Fang Yan in half, or if Fang Yan cuts me in half, what do you think?" "That's not good," Yi Fengsheng said. "Sir, we just want an answer. Why can't you just tell us directly?" Mister's face was full of anger, as if he had been greatly insulted. He stared coldly at Fang Yan and asked, "Since you just want to know an answer, why can't you come and ask me directly?" Fang Yan's expression froze as he looked at the teacher in surprise. "You came back 8 days ago at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, didn't you?" "Yes," Yi Fengsheng replied softly. When they came back, he took a look at the time. They came back at that time. Teacher's village was at the easternmost part of the village, which was also at the entrance of the village. When they came back, they made such a big noise. It was impossible that teacher didn't hear it. It was not surprising that Monsieur should know when they would be back. "Did someone tie your hands and feet to prevent you from coming?" Teacher asked again. "No," Li Xiaotian said. "Did someone gag your mouth to prevent you from making a sound?" "No. I'm not at home. On a long journey?" "Sir, since no one." Teacher's expression became extremely dignified, and his voice became extremely serious. He said, "Then, tell me, why did you wait until now to find me? Why do you have to make things so complicated? Why do you have to make such a big scene?" "Teacher, we are just..." Chen Yanqing wanted to explain, but the truth was right in front of them. They had returned a long time ago, and had been back for a long time. However, they did not think of asking teacher, and even deliberately avoided teacher. They did not want teacher to see them return. They wanted to stand out at a crucial moment and give teacher a fatal blow. They thought that teacher was guilty. Although the truth had not been revealed, they already thought that teacher was the mastermind behind Bai Xiu's death. He was the one who instructed and manipulated Bai Xiu to kill Fang Yixing, and then prepared to kill Fang Yan. Yes, that was what they thought in their hearts. Otherwise, why would they be afraid of teacher? After teacher took Fang Yan away, why would they be so anxious? In your hearts, I am the murderer, I am the sinner, I am the enemy that you are about to face. Should I feel very embarrassed? Should I feel very embarrassed? Teacher looked at Fang Yan and said, "What is this place?" "This is Swallow Dock. This is the Swallow Dock where the general dismounts the horse and the prime minister alights." "Who am I?" "I am the teacher of this Swallow Dock. When each of you was born, I went to your home to visit you, and held you in my arms. From the time you started to read 100 family names and rules for disciples, I was already your teacher. Fang Yan, didn't you become a teacher in Huacheng? Didn't you achieve some good results? Who was the one who first nurtured and guided you in your knowledge of ancient literature? Wan Xian, you are now Dao Mausoleum's secretary. Who was the one who first let you carefully study game theory? Li Xiaotian, you are now a businessman. When you were young, you were naughty and mischievous. Who was the one who said that your natural disposition was to be temporarily recorded? Now that you have grown up and each of you has your own achievements and career, you are now beginning to question whether your teacher is a murderer. Or the culprit of the murder case. Teacher looked at Fang Yan and said, "Fang Yan, if you came to me on the afternoon 8 days ago, on the night you came back, and you asked for an answer, and you asked for justice, would I have rejected you?" "I was worried," Fang Yan said honestly. Since everyone had already spoken, there was no need for him to hide anything. "I was worried that teacher was no longer teacher." "That's right. Because you were worried that teacher was no longer teacher, you delayed it day after day. You came back in groups, wanting to make a big deal out of it. You wanted everyone in Swallow Dock to see it. You were worried that teacher was being unfair. You were worried that I would speak up for Bai Xiu and wronged you. Teacher was in a bad mood. With an angry tone, he said, Fang Yan, on the afternoon you came back, I was waiting for you in this thatched hut. I didn't wait for you that afternoon. I didn't wait for you that night. I didn't wait for you the next day. I didn't wait for you the third day. If I hadn't coincidentally met you at the Stone River today, I'm afraid you wouldn't have come to see me today, right? When we exchanged blows just now, I knew that your body hadn't recovered yet. You couldn't use the heart of Tai Chi now you are at your weakest. How would Fang Yan dare to meet the enemy who killed his father at this time? Am I right? Yes. Fang Yan gritted his teeth and said. From the beginning of that incident, I have been waiting for you in Swallow Dock. Do you know? I don't know. Fang Yan said. I didn't expect Bai Xiu to appear in Huacheng. I also didn't expect Bai Xiu to join forces with Jiang Junling to kill me. I never expected Bai Xiu to tell me in front of so many people that my father was killed by him. Teacher, Bai Xiu is your disciple. He is a student that you have groomed. You treat him like your own son. He is my father's enemy who killed my father. How do you want me to look at you? How do you want me to look at you? Teacher, you are teacher. You are omnipotent and omniscient. In all of Swallow Dock, what can hide from your eyes? Can you tell us that you have no idea that Bai Xiu did such a terrible thing? Teacher looked at Fang Yan and said, what if I tell you that I really didn't know? Then teacher has failed in his duty. Fang Yan said. Although he still didn't believe teacher's words, he felt as if a huge stone had been lifted from his heart. He didn't want teacher and Bai Xiu to be the same kind of people, even though this was a little self-deceiving. If teacher and Bai Xiu were the same kind of people, this would be a big problem. This situation was really too big. I did not teach my students well. This is indeed my failure. Teacher nodded sincerely and said. Teacher looked at Yi Fengsheng and the others and said, you came here in a group. Are you trying to force Teacher Gong again? Is he not going to give you an answer today? Teacher. Yi Fengsheng said a little embarrassedly, I've already said that we are here to watch the show. However, we still hope that teacher can explain things clearly to Fang Yan. It's just a matter of a few words. Hiding things here and there will easily cause misunderstandings. It will also affect teacher's wise and powerful image in our hearts. Don't you think so? Teacher looked at the banner in Yi Fengsheng's hand and said, what is this? That. Yi Fengsheng wanted to hide the banner in his hand and said, it's nothing. I just wrote a poem. It's nothing much. I don't want to embarrass myself in front of teacher. Let me see, teacher said. Teacher, it's better not. Yi Fengsheng looked like he was in a difficult position. Teacher extended his hand to Yi Fengsheng and said, give it to me. Yi Fengsheng glanced at Fang Yan, and Fang Yan nodded at him. Only then did Yi Fengsheng reluctantly hand the AM in his hand to teacher. Teacher unfolded the banner. On it was a line of blood-red words, Murderer Bai Xiu. Teacher became silent, as if he was carefully appreciating the structure of the words on the banner. After a long time, he sighed softly and said, Hu Wei was smart his whole life, but he also wasted his whole life. Chapter 681. The teacher sighed softly and said, Hu Wei was smart his whole life, but he also wasted his whole life. Hearing the teacher's evaluation of his grandfather, Fang Yan was a little unhappy. He said, what do you mean wasted his whole life? Fang's Tai Chi originally walked the path of extreme yin and softness. Because of your grandfather's personality, it was said to be hard Tai Chi. If he could achieve success on this path and bring the hard Tai Chi to greater heights, it would be a great thing to establish a sect. Since he chose the right path, he practiced hard on this path. In the end, your grandfather went astray again and wanted to use tricks to replace hard work. In the end, he stood out because he was focused on seeking the Tao. He became a rare Heaven Tao master in Swallow Fort. Hu Wei could create his own hard Tai Chi. How could his talent be worse than Qin Shaoxing? Why did he work hard all his life but never become one of the top masters? It was because he thought too much. There are some things that can't be taken shortcuts. Also, he was originally one of the top masters in the Jianghu. In order to revitalize the Fang family, he chose to be the guard of the old people behind the Red Wall. This was a good thing and a bad thing. The good thing was that he expanded the Fang family's connections. The bad thing was that he delayed his main business and lost his drive. With those old people, no matter how bad Hu Wei's temper was, he couldn't speak in a rough voice. Can a martial artist without a temper be considered a good martial artist? His heart is higher than the sky, but his life is thinner than paper. Hu Wei was ambitious and capable. Why did the Fang family end up in the hands of Qin Shaoxing? It was because Hu Wei was smart. Relying on this intelligence, he thought more than others. In this world, most successful people are actually stubborn people. They are a little paranoid and don't know how to be flexible. Once they are certain about something, they grit their teeth and don't let it go. Sometimes, being smart can lead people astray. The teacher didn't want to explain too much. He rolled up the white scroll in his hand and said to Yi Fengsheng, "Since Fengsheng took it out, why don't you give it to me? I think it was originally for me to see, right?" Yi Fengsheng didn't dare to disobey and said, "Since you like it, then take it." The teacher nodded and said, "I'll take it. If you don't want to bully others with martial arts and fight with me, then leave. It's none of your business here." He then looked at Yi Ro and said, "You little girl, I told you to go back and rest. Why did you come out again?" "I'm worried about him," Yi Ro looked at the man and said. She was neither servile nor overbearing, neither shy nor secretive. This was exactly what she was thinking in her heart, so she said it openly. The teacher liked this side of Yi Ro very much. He comforted her and said, "Go back. He'll be fine." "Thank you, sir," Yi Ro said gratefully. He gently squeezed Fang Yan's hand and took the lead to leave. Yi Fengsheng and the others looked at each other and followed behind Yi Wen. Very soon, only Fang Yan's lonely figure was left in the courtyard. The teacher looked at Fang Yan and said, "Come in." After saying that, he stepped aside from the doorsill. Fang Yan did not hesitate and stepped through the door. Clang! The teacher closed the wooden door, and the room fell into a state of semi-darkness. The teacher walked to his old recliner and sat down. He looked at Fang Yan and said, "Sit if you want to, or stand if you don't." Fang Yan thought for a while and decided to stand. If the teacher suddenly attacked him, it would be easier for him to defend or escape. The teacher held the enamel jar and took a big sip of the big leaf tea. He looked at Fang Yan, who was standing in front of him, and said, "Fang Yan, you have your position, and I have mine. My disciple admitted that he killed your father, so it's natural for you to be vigilant and resentful toward me, the teacher. Because no one can guarantee that the next disaster won't happen to them. However, from my position, I think it's a misunderstanding and an insult to me. Is the facade of Swallow Dock so worthless? Is the teacher's character so unworthy of your trust for once? Times have changed, and the interests people seek are also different. However, no matter how many scoundrels have come from Swallow Dock, there will always be some people who fight for the facade of Swallow Dock, for the names on the stone monument at the gate of Swallow Dock, and for the tombs on Green Mountain, both old and new. There will always be some people who regard the existence of Swallow Dock as more important than their own lives, and regard the glory of Swallow Dock as more important than their own honor. You have humiliated and humiliated me, so what is the point of playing this game? It's just for an answer, Fang Yan said again. Being criticized by the teacher, Fang Yan suddenly felt that the things he had always believed in seemed to have become illusory. Very quickly, he expelled this kind of bad thought from his mind. He was seeking justice for his father, and he was seeking justice for the Fang clan. He had done nothing wrong, he had done nothing wrong. He was the victim, and he should be the righteous one, not the old man sitting in front of him. Even if what the old man said was somewhat reasonable, it couldn't cover up the fact that his disciple had killed someone. I'll tell you, I don't know anything. The teacher looked at Fang Yan and said, do you believe me? Fang Yan thought for a moment and said, I'm willing to believe it, and I hope it's true, but I don't think I'm so sure. So, what I say is no longer important, is it? The teacher said to Fang Yan. So, does the teacher mean that the matter should be left unsettled? Fang Yan found it hard to accept such an outcome. If this was the answer he was seeking, then what was the point of him coming home? What was the point of him seeing the teacher? Sometimes, one could compromise and compromise. This was the case most of the time. Yes or no, some things had to have an answer. Do you know why Bai Xiu wanted to kill you? The teacher asked. I don't know. Fang Yan shook his head. I also think it's very strange. I have no conflict with him, and we have no business dealings. How do you know you have no conflict with him? No business dealings? The teacher asked. If there is, then it's because of Jiang Junling. Because the Jiang family wanted to kill me, he helped the Jiang family kill me. And what about the benefits of Swallow Dock? The teacher said. What benefits does Swallow Dock have? Fang Yan was stunned for a moment. He stared at the teacher with wide eyes and said, what do you mean, teacher? The teacher sighed softly and said, because I cherish the relationship between master and disciple, I was willing to give him another chance. I didn't expect this chance to lead to such a disaster. So, you can blame me, but I'm not innocent. What are you trying to say, teacher? Fang Yan faintly felt that he had grasped something. But he couldn't be sure. What do you think of your profession? The teacher asked. You are very respected, Fang Yan said. Yes. You are very respected, the teacher said. What else? You can use the red machine, Fang Yan continued. Yes, you can use the red machine. What else? Fang Yan couldn't think of anything else. Apart from being respected, and being able to use the red machine once in a while, you are just a poor teacher in Swallow Dock. Isn't that so? The teacher asked Fang Yan. Fang Yan looked at the clothes the teacher was wearing and looked at the simple and crude home. He nodded and said, it is a bit poor. But, you didn't have to live like this. Would the teacher be short of money? If the teacher wanted money, there would be countless people willing to give it to him. If the teacher wanted women, there would be countless people who would give them to him. It was just that he didn't know if he could use his current body. You have to live like this, the teacher said with a sigh. Swallow Dock is a special place. We have the glory passed down from our ancestors, but we also have responsibilities that we have to fulfill for thousands of years. What kind of existence is the teacher? The teacher is the teacher of Swallow Dock, the guide of Swallow Dock, and the suppressor of Swallow Dock. The warriors of Swallow Dock are the weapons of the country and the important weapons of the country. Long knives need sheaths, and treasured swords need sheaths. The sharpness of Swallow Dock also needs someone to cover and hide. It would be bad if they hurt themselves. The teacher is the sheath and sheath of Swallow Dock. He is the lubricant between Swallow Dock and some important people. Such people can only be trapped in Swallow Dock for the rest of their lives. The narrow-minded think that Swallow Dock is very big. The big-hearted think that Swallow Dock is also very small. Some are willing to guard it for the rest of their lives, but some think that Swallow Dock is like a dragon swimming in the water, unable to show off their skills. Bai Xiu is a big-hearted person, so he thinks that Swallow Dock is very small? Fang Yan asked. That's right. The teacher nodded and said. I thought highly of Bai Xiu before because I thought that he was more suitable than you to guard Swallow Dock. This is also the reason why I kept him and rejected you when you both went to apply for the school teacher position. Bai Xiu has talent and wisdom, and he can read and calm his heart. At that time, I hoped that he could take over my mantle and become the next teacher of Swallow Dock. Later, I found out that he was too close with some outside powers, so I wanted to give him a knock. I wanted him to stay true to his heart, to let him know that his roots were in Swallow Dock. So, I found him a competitor. I wanted to tell him that I could choose him, or I could let someone else replace him. That competitor was me. Fang Yan's face was full of surprise. You've never told me about this. The teacher looked at Fang Yan and said, do you still remember the sword I gave you? That green cloud sword? Fang Yan asked. That green cloud sword, the teacher replied. Chapter 682. Even if he had to hold back his tears, he had to finish the engagement. Even if he had to bleed, he had to bear the consequences. Fang Yan felt that he was a bastard. Why did he have to take advantage of teacher's Qingyun sword? That Qingyun sword. That damned Qingyun sword. What was the use of it? What was the use of it? Just because of that dusty sword, that scrap metal that was left in the corner, Bai Xiu wanted to kill his father and him. Did he want to exterminate his entire family? On New Year's Eve, his uncle was poisoned, his father was buried at the entrance of Swallow's Dock, the ambush at the summit of One Sword Peak. Was Bai Xiu a pervert? Just because of that broken sword, just because of teacher's provocative words, Bai Xiu regarded him as an opponent that had to be eradicated? An enemy that had to be killed? Besides, if you have any problems, just come at me. Why did you have to kill your own father? How could he bear to deal with someone who had nothing to do with him? Thinking of his father's tragic death, thinking of his father's body that had been poisoned by goo insects, Fang Yan's heart convulsed with pain. No wonder he used to hate Bai Xiu so much. It turned out that even before Bai Xiu showed his perverted side, he had already subconsciously thought of him as a pervert. Bai Xiu, Bai Xiu, killing you was too easy. Knowing the truth of the matter, Fang Yan blamed himself in his heart. He shouldn't have killed Bai Xiu. He shouldn't have killed him so easily. He shouldn't have pierced his heart with a sword. He should have tasted the harshest torture in the world. He didn't have the right to die so easily. He couldn't bear to recall the past. Every time he thought about it, it was like a whip to his soul. That Qingyun sword. Fang Yan's mouth was full of bitterness as he said sorrowfully, that Qingyun sword that I asked for from you, why? Why didn't you tell me the purpose of the Qingyun sword's existence? Why didn't you say anything to stop it? Why didn't you take that sword back from my hands? I treated it as a game, why did you also treat it as a game? A game? Mr.'s dim yellow eyes looked at Fang Yan thoughtfully and said, do you think it's just a game? If it was in the past, I would have treated it as a game. Everyone in Swallow Dock thought it was a game. You and Bai Xiu went to the academy to apply for the position of a teacher at the same time. Do you know why I chose Bai Xiu and rejected you? Because your thinking is jumpy, your personality is unrestrained, and the way you speak and do things don't follow common sense. You're not suitable to be a teacher at the academy, and you're not suitable to be a teacher at Swallow Dock either. So you chose that abnormal disciple of yours? Fang Yan asked with a sneer. Don't make yourself sound so great. It's as if you're not manipulating things behind the scenes. Didn't you choose Bai Xiu because he's your disciple? Mr. looked calm and ignored Fang Yan's mockery. He held the enamel jar in his hand. The tea in the jar had already gone cold. Judging from the qualities and potential that the two of you have shown, Bai Xiu is indeed more suitable than you, Mr. said with certainty. He wasn't trying to defend himself. He just wanted to state a fact to Fang Yan. But because of that incident, you've allowed everyone to see more possibilities. Which incident? The incident of forcing the abdication, Mr. said. The incident of the Maple Leaf Society forcing the abdication. That night, you young people stirred up a huge storm in Yanjing. In the end, I even had to use the red machine, Fang Yan. You must have no idea how amazing your performance was that night. Fang Yan just wanted to curse, *ck your grandma. I just wanted to show off once. I just wanted to trap that pretentious Jiang Junling. I just wanted to please Yi Ro and give the Yi family some gifts. How did I end up getting myself into trouble? Newton was hit by an apple, and as a result, he discovered gravity. Everything in this world is really full of coincidences. Life is like a game of chess. Everyone is playing on the chessboard. If you advance, the enemy will retreat. If you are strong, the enemy will be weak. You are on an insignificant battlefield. At least at that time, it seemed to be nothing more than a romantic occasion. But you were able to decide the outcome with one battle. You gambled yourself, the Feng family, the Yi family, the entire Swallow Fort, and me. You killed the Jiang family and nailed them to the pillar of shame. At that time, I understood your motives and hesitated. But in the end, I couldn't help it. You seem to have calculated the mentality that everyone should have. You knew that I couldn't help it. I knew that it would make you and the Yi family great, but I still couldn't help but help you and push you. It's like there's only one stroke left in a good character. There's only one drop left in a pot of good wine. Who can control it? You are the winner. The Feng family is the winner. The Yi family is also the winner. Even I am a winner. You won easily and it was pleasing to the eye. The Jiang family lost. You lost inexplicably, but you had no choice but to accept it wholeheartedly. I didn't say these words. It was that old man from the Jiang family who called me and said it himself. Fang Yan, you definitely didn't think that the decision you made that night would have such a great influence, did you? You definitely didn't think that the accident would continue to ferment and only display its enormous power and influence several years later, did you? Fang Yan muttered to himself for a long time. He said in a hoarse voice, I didn't think. If I had known it would be like this, I would have chosen to retreat. I would have even apologized. I didn't want to play with them. I couldn't afford to. Fang Yan was speaking from the bottom of his heart. If he had known that this would be the result, if he had known that his father would die tragically as the price, he would have chosen not to provoke Jiang Junling. He would have even been willing to apologize to Jiang Junling. If he could choose again, he would have said, I'm sorry, to him. He hoped that his father would live, and he would become a cowardly filial son. But in the end, you still fell into the trap, Sir said with a sigh. After that incident, countless people went to inquire about you. Even more people began to focus their attention on you. Before that, everyone thought you were still young. Everyone thought you were a playful child. It wasn't until that night that everyone realized that you had grown up. Your existence added many variables to Swallow Fort. It was also from that night that I suddenly had this thought. Perhaps you were more suitable for Swallow Fort than Bai Xiu? I'm not suitable, Fang Yan said bluntly. But Bai Xiu felt that you were suitable. So he listened to you and killed my father. And wanted to kill me as well. I just wanted to give him a warning. I wanted him to know that he wasn't the only choice. I still have you and Fang Yan. A trace of guilt finally appeared on Sir's face. So, when you took the Emerald Cloud Sword, Bai Xiu reminded me if I wanted to get it back. I said no need. Good luck. Since he sent me to the Emerald Cloud Sword, I'll give this sword to you and send you straight to the Emerald Cloud Sword. I thought he would understand what I meant, but I didn't expect him to go to such extremes. I'm responsible for the tragedy that happened later. No matter what, I was the one who set you up. I was the one who pushed you against him, causing him to feel great pressure. But you should know that I've never thought about this. I've never thought about it, Fang Yan said with grief and indignation. I'm a simple person. I just want to live a simple life. I don't like scheming, and I don't want to fight. Everything I want, I have it. It's useless even if you give it to me if I don't want it. I just want the people I care about to be well, without illness or disaster, and for everyone to live well. What if I give you another chance? Sir said. You killed Bai Xiu. You've already used your actions to prove that you're more suitable than Bai Xiu. Now, what's your choice? I refuse, Fang Yan said again. Whether it's in the past or now, whether sir is a sir or not, my attitude is still the same. I refuse. The affairs of the world are laughable. Some people view them as treasures, while others discard them like rotten grass. It's a pity that they died, sir said. But, how can everything go according to one's will while living in this world? Tell me, if I take off this tattered leather coat I'm wearing, who should take over Swallow Dock? What do you mean, sir? Fang Yen stared at sir and asked with wide eyes. No matter what, this started because of me. Personally, Bai Xiu is my disciple. My disciple made a mistake, and I, as his master, didn't teach him well. Publicly, I'm the sir of Swallow Dock. When such an evil thing happened in Swallow Dock, as the sir, I have to stand up and take responsibility. I have to stand up and seek justice for the villagers. These are all very important things that I have to do. So, I'm no longer suitable to hold the position of Sir of Swallow Dock. But Fang Yan's heart was in a mess. Was this the answer he wanted? Was this the result he wanted? Would it be good or bad for him if Sir were to step down from his position? Would it be good or bad for Swallow Dock? Sir's decision was really hard to see through. You still haven't answered my question. Sir chuckled as he looked at Fang Yan and said, if you were to find someone in Swallow Dock to take over my mantle, who do you think is more suitable? Fang Yan thought for a moment, then said seriously, Yi Daowen. Chapter 683. The Fang Family. In the backyard of the Fang family, Lu Wan was holding an official teacup made after the rain. The Longjing tea in the teacup was already cold. The color of the tea had thickened and the fragrance had diminished. Lu Wan did not bring it to her mouth to take a sip. She looked anxious and kept looking at the entrance of the yard. Fang Hui held the teacup and drank leisurely. He had just eaten one cup and asked his family member Fang Li to add water to the cup. Now he was drinking the second cup of tea. It's rare for Fang Yan to give me this rare roaring Longjing tea because of his filial piety. This tea can't be drunk by ordinary people. I only saved half a caddy of it, and I'm reluctant to give it to others. I'm in a good mood today, so I asked someone to make a cup for you, but you didn't even taste it. Did you just waste this good tea? Fang Hui glanced at Lu Wan and said with some dissatisfaction. Seeing her father-in-law so calm, Lu Wan couldn't help but ask, Dad, will Fang Yan really be okay after being called by master? No. Fang Hui said indifferently. How many times have I told you that he will be fine? But you don't believe me. What can I do? But, didn't Fang Yan come back this time to seek justice from master? Fang Yan looks casual, but he has a sense of propriety. If he doesn't agree with master. It's Fang Yan who went to master to seek justice, not master who came to Fang Yan to seek justice. Fang Yan didn't do anything bad. What can happen to him? Fang Hui said indifferently. Believe in Fang Yan and believe in your own son. What Fang Yan can do, we may not be able to do. What Fang Yan can't do, we definitely can't do. Instead of worrying, it's better to sit here and drink tea and chat, waiting for the news from the front to come back. This is Swallow Dock. Nothing big will happen. Lu Wan was not in the mood to drink tea and chat. She said with red eyes, I don't ask for justice. I just hope that Fang Yan is safe and sound. He called before and said that he would come back, and I wanted to refuse him. However, he said he would come back to see you. I can't possibly reject his filial piety. Fang Hui glanced at Lu Wan and sighed softly. You've just said that Fang Yan looks casual, but he has a sense of propriety deep down. If he insisted on doing something, who could change his mind? Now that the child had grown up, he needed to make his own path in the future. The only thing we can do is not to cause trouble for him. Don't worry, nothing will happen. I'll go out and take a look. Lu Wan put down the teacup and said aloud, Feng Sheng and the others also followed. I'll go and see if they have come back. Before he finished speaking, he had already left in a hurry. Old man Feng Hui shook his head with a wry smile and said to the Vajra eagle on the shelf, "Women, their way of thinking is a bit too simple. I can't say that they're wrong, I can only say that they're shallow. How can there be such a simple thing in this world?" He put the empty teacup on the small table in front of him, gently rubbed his thigh with his hand and said, "There should be a result over there, right? Yi family. Yi family's ancestral hall." Yi Daowen placed 3 incense sticks in front of the ancestral tablet, then knelt on the praying mat in front of the offering table and respectfully kowtowed to the ancestral tablet. After kowtowing 3 times, Yi Daowen put his hands together, closed his eyes and mumbled. Dong dong. There was the sound of something hitting the ground. Yi Daowen opened his eyes and turned around to see the old ancestor standing at the entrance of the ancestral hall with a cane. Yi Daowen hurriedly got up and ran over to support the old ancestor, saying, "Old ancestor, why did you come here by yourself? Where are the girls? Where did they run off to play this time? See if I don't break their legs. Don't scold the girls, I came here on my own," the old ancestor said. She let Yi Daowen support her to sit in front of the ancestral hall's armchair and said, "Close the door. I want to have a few words of understanding with you." Yi Daowen was puzzled, but he still walked over and closed the vermilion door of the ancestral hall. Creak. The ancestral hall immediately fell into darkness. Smoke lingered, and longevity tablets stood in great numbers, looking somewhat eerie and terrifying. Yi Daowen looked at the old ancestor and asked with a smile, "Old ancestor, what do you want to say?" The old ancestor stared at Yi Daowen with a burning gaze. Her pupils were dim yellow, and her face was aged. In this kind of environment and atmosphere, it made people feel especially pressured. The old ancestor stared at Yi Daowen without blinking and said, "Daowen, do you really want that seat under Mr.'s butt? Old ancestor. Answer me, yes or no." "Old ancestor, there are some things that I can't decide alone," Yi Daowen said in a deep voice. "This is everyone's wish. I know, it's your collective decision. There are some things you want to hide from me, and there are some things you can't hide from me. But Daowen, do you think you can replace Mr. as Swallow Doc's Mr.? Do you think you're worthy?" At the village entrance. The stone tablet of Swallow Doc. Yi Ro looked at the name on the stone tablet with rapt attention. After 100 years of wind and rain, the words on the stone tablet were somewhat blurred, but the name on it had been engraved in the hearts of every Swallow Dock villager. A man should be engraved on a stone to record his merits. This was something that the elders of Swallow Dock often said to their children. Every villager of Swallow Dock wanted to engrave their name on the big stone at the village entrance one day. Originally, Yi Ro had a chance. If she had resolutely swung out that sword, she would have succeeded in breaking through the heavenly Tao, and her name would have been engraved on the stone tablet. Unfortunately, she had let go of such a precious opportunity. "Sister." Yi Fengxing stood behind Yi Ro and called out carefully, "If we leave just like this, if Mr. were to kill Fang Yan, we won't be able to save him in time." Yi Ro finally came back to her senses and found that everyone present was looking at her anxiously. Yi Ro was touched. She knew that these outstanding young men were all Fang Yan's best friends. Her boyfriend's best friend felt proud of Fang Yan for no reason. "He'll be fine," Yi Ro said aloud. "Mr. won't kill him. If Mr. wanted to kill him, there's no need to wait until now, Yi Daowen," Fang Yan said aloud. Although Yi Daowen was his girlfriend's father, Fang Yan did think that Yi Daowen was the most suitable candidate to be the new Mr. If Mr. really wanted to resign from the position of Mr. Only a person of virtue and prestige could become the Mr. of Swallow Dock. Yi Daowen was originally a very virtuous elder in Swallow Dock. He was honest and righteous, so he was deeply loved and respected by the villagers. Although his talent was above average and his martial arts were slightly weak, the Yi family was developing rapidly like the sun at noon. This strong backing could make up for some of his personal shortcomings. If he took over Mr.'s mantle and became the new Mr. of Swallow Dock, not only Fang Yan, but the other people in Swallow Dock wouldn't have any objections. Yi Dawen. Mr. chewed on the name, then looked at Fang Yan happily and said, "It seems that Dawen is the most suitable candidate in line with the interests of all parties." Interests? Fang Yan frowned. What interests of all parties? Mr. asked me to choose a candidate, so I said the most suitable person in my heart out of fairness. There are no interests involved in this. Is that so? Mr. stared at Fang Yan with sharp eyes and said, "You really don't know?" "What should I know?" Fang Yan said. Mr.'s expression eased a little and said, "It seems that they didn't discuss this matter with you." "Mister, what do you mean?" Fang Yan asked aloud. Mr. looked at Fang Yan and said, "I know that you chose Yi Dawen out of your heart, but if it's out of selfishness, who do you think is more suitable to be Swallow Dock's mister?" "I haven't thought about it," Fang Yan said. "You might as well think about it now." Mr. looked at Fang Yan with a sense of exasperation and said, "If Dawen becomes Swallow Dock's mister, do you think it's still possible for you and that girl from the Yi family? The gap is getting bigger and bigger, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to catch up. But from the standpoint of Swallow Dock, I think Uncle Yi is the most suitable Mr. candidate," Fang Yan said. "I know Mr. is thinking for me from my standpoint, but I can't forget the public for selfishness. For the sake of Swallow Dock, Uncle Yi is indeed more suitable than the others. The Yi family instigated Dawen, your Fang family instigated Dawen, and even you instigated Dawen. Since all of you have chosen Dawen, I'm not willing to let Dawen take over my mantle." Mr.'s tone was light when he spoke, but Fang Yan could see that he was indeed saying these words seriously. He wasn't joking. "Why?" Fang Yan asked aloud. "Because I want a more suitable candidate," Mr. said. "Who is it?" "It's you." Mr.'s eyes suddenly became bright, like a dusty gem that was wiped away, revealing its original dazzling brilliance. "Fang Yan, are you willing to take over my mantle? Are you willing to become Swallow Dock's new mister?" Fang Yan's mouth opened for a long time, and his pupils expanded several times. He said unhappily, "Mister, isn't this too willful?" Chapter 684. Because everyone else had incited Yi Dawen, the teacher had deliberately not chosen Yi Dawen. Other than saying that the teacher was willful, what else could describe such an irrational behavior? Willful? A faint smile appeared on the teacher's face, and he said, "When you live to my age, you can also be as willful as I am." The teacher looked at Fang Yan, and said, "Fang Yan, what do you think?" "I haven't thought about it." Fang Yan shook his head in refusal. "I'm not suitable." "Why not?" "I'm neither virtuous nor prestigious, and I'm still too young," Fang Yan said. He could list out 100 shortcomings that made him unsuitable for the position of teacher, but when faced with his true shortcomings, he was unwilling to admit them in front of others. It was the same as a fatso not willing to tell others that he was a fatso, and he would tell others that he had a bad temper. Therefore, the reasons he gave for his refusal seemed somewhat insignificant. The teacher pointed to where Fang Yan was standing, and said, "At that time, you were also standing here. Do you remember what I told you at that time? Whether you are suitable or not, you can only find out as you go on. You have already led Swallow Dock to take a step forward, so Swallow Dock can no longer retreat, and others won't allow us to retreat either. We can only move forward with all our strength. Since you have led Swallow Dock to take the first step, then lead Swallow Dock to continue moving forward. You are duty-bound to carry out this mission. Fang Yan, you are duty-bound to carry out this mission. I told you this a long time ago. At that time, you didn't remember it. This time, no matter what, you must remember it. I still say the same thing, I am not qualified for the position of teacher." Fang Yan said with a serious expression, "No matter who becomes the teacher of Swallow Dock, that person will definitely not be me." The teacher chuckled, and said, "It seems that we are also divided on this issue." "Yes," Fang Yan said. "I know myself, and I know what kind of job I am suitable for. Just like how you felt that I was not suitable back then, I also have the same understanding of myself. We are not divided on this point. The teacher chuckled, and said, let's talk about this later. Are you free tomorrow? Tomorrow? Fang Yan looked at the teacher in confusion and said, what plans does the teacher have? I'll take you to meet a few people, Mr. Wang said. They bullied the people of our swallow dock. They have to give us an explanation. So much time has passed, but here. The teacher touched his chest and said, I've never been able to pass through here. Fang Yan's eyes flickered as he said, then I'll have to trouble you, sir. I'll listen to your arrangements tomorrow. Next, I should tell your grandfather that Hu Wei should be waiting in the yard, right? The teacher said, Fang Yan, I'll have to trouble you to go back and pick up your grandfather. Pick up my grandfather? Fang Yan looked confused. The teacher smiled and did not reply. Fang Yan stood in the house for a while, then pushed open the wooden door and walked in. When Fang Yan pushed Fang Hui into the room again, Mr. Fang had already fallen asleep on the rattan chair. He looked very tired, and there was a heavy snore between his breaths. Fang Yan did not speak, but just quietly stood behind his grandfather. Fang Hui glanced at Fang Yan and waved his hand, signaling him to go out first. Fang Yan glanced at the teacher again, and then tiptoed out. The teacher was sleeping soundly, and Fang Hui did not want to disturb him. He was lying on the back of the wheelchair, eyes slightly closed, hands swinging on his thighs, and mouth lightly humming an unknown song. It's taking Tiger Mountain by strategy, the teacher suddenly said. He still did not open his eyes when he spoke. Through the forest sea, across the snowfield, the spirit soars to the sky, expressing lofty sentiments and lofty aspirations, facing the mountains. May the red flag flutter in the 5 continents and the 4 seas, even if it's a sea of fire and a mountain of knives. I can't wait to turn the flying snow into spring water, and usher in the spring to change the world, the teacher sang, and Fang Hui echoed. The more they sang, the more passionate they became, and the more energetic they became. When the voice came out of the door, Fang Yan smiled bitterly and said, these 2 old men are having a good time. After singing a part, the teacher opened his eyes, glanced at Fang Hui, and said, do you want some tea? I just drank at home, Fang Hui said. I drank 2 bowls. Waiting is torturous, the teacher said. Drinking a bowl of tea to calm the mind is also necessary. The teacher stood up, took a kettle, and filled his big enamel jar with water. He took out a big bowl, threw a handful of big leaf tea at the bottom of the bowl, and then filled it with water, brought it in front of Fang Hui, and said, your legs are not flexible, let me make you a cup of tea. Fang Hui hurriedly took it and said, thank you, sir. This kind of thing should be done by me. I didn't expect a cripple would also take advantage of others. The teacher sat back on his recliner with the enamel jar, looked at Fang Hui, and said, you, cripple, are not simple. It's not simple, sir, Fang Hui replied without raising his head, blowing the big leaf tea on the bowl. Hui, is there a need to do this? The teacher said. Why would I need it? Fang Hui smiled silently. There are many things that I don't think are necessary, but they really happened. We don't feel good in our hearts, but since there is a problem, what we can do is to solve the problem. Sir, don't you think it makes sense? Yes, it makes sense, the teacher said. You have prepared for so long and built up your momentum for so long. Don't you want the position under my butt? Hui, in fact, as long as you say it, I will give it up. I don't care about this position, and I don't want to be a teacher. I was forced to be a teacher by my master. For this position, I put 1 foot in the door of the way of heaven, and then I took it back. As I get older, I think about more problems. Sometimes, I would think about it. Was my choice the right one? Is this what I want? I used to think yes, that's what I want, but now I don't think so. Whether it is or not, in fact, it doesn't matter. I won't ask myself anymore. Asking itself is a kind of questioning of my own choice. Since I have made a choice, I have to stick to it to the end. This is what we should do. We thought that you would give it up, but we also thought that you wouldn't, Fang Hui said with a smile. You are a teacher. If you don't give it up, we can't influence your decision. On the way here, Fang Yan told me that you want him to be a teacher. What ability does that kid have to be valued so much by you? You know better than me what kind of person your grandson is. In front of you, I don't want to praise him again. Lest you, old man, are secretly happy in your heart and say something that you don't mean. Hui, are you determined to tie your Fang family and Yi family together? Fang Hui picked up a big bowl and took a sip of tea. He said, it's not really a tie. It's just some cooperation. I know that nothing can be hidden from you, sir. You didn't try to hide it from me, did you? Sir said with a sarcastic smile. You have been preparing for so long. Didn't you want to give me a fatal blow? Sir took out the Murderer by Xiu scroll that he took from Yi Fengsheng and looked at Fang Hui. How long have you been writing this scroll? The entire Swallow Dock knew that you had written such a piece of calligraphy. Also, when Fang Yan went to the Yi family, smashed the door and broke into the ancestral hall, the Yi family was all bark and no bite. They didn't do anything to Fang Yan. Before Fang Yan returned to Swallow Dock, you had already made sufficient preparations. When Fang Yan returned to Swallow Dock, you pushed him to the teeth of the storm. When everyone was paying attention to Fang Yan, they couldn't help but think that Fang Yan came back to see Sir. When will Fang Yan meet Sir? How will Sir treat Fang Yan? You've portrayed Fang Yan as a hero who wants to avenge his father, and you've portrayed me as a hypocrite who is a hypocrite. If I still don't know your purpose, then I'm not the Sir of Swallow Dock. Some things are designed, and some things are really God's will, Fang Hui said embarrassedly. That child, Teng Wen, forced her way in. Fang Yan was worried about Teng Wen's safety, so he hurriedly ran over. He broke the door and broke into someone else's ancestral hall. The Yi family was also very angry about these things. For this matter, Dao Ling specially asked someone to bring me to his house to discuss for a while. Later, the truth was revealed. Dao Ling went to our house to apologize. I begged the Yi family to stand up and say something at the critical moment. It was a fair and just sentence, and Dao Ling agreed. However, he also put forward his own request. They wanted Dao Wen to become the Sir of Swallow Dock. I felt that this request was not bad for us, so I agreed. Don't you think that the Yi family is too greedy? Sir looked at Fang Hui and said. Fang Hui nodded and said, but, Dao Wen is indeed the most suitable candidate. Most of the time, we choose people not only because they are suitable, but also because they are suitable. Sir said in a deep voice, if Yi Dao Wen becomes the Sir of Swallow Dock, at that time, who can stop the crazy development of the Yi family? Chapter 685. Fang Yan didn't want to be Mr. Yi. He didn't want to be like Mr. Yi, who only had one foot in the heavenly Dao realm. After some thought, he pulled back. He didn't want to be like Mr. Yi, who had to work for the country and suffer in Swallow Dock. He didn't want to be like Mr. Yi, who had to protect Swallow Dock for the rest of his life. He didn't want to be like Mr. Yi, who had to carry a manure basket everywhere to shovel feces and become a manure digger. Fang Yan liked peace and freedom. He wanted to see the precipitousness of Mount Tai, and the vastness of the grasslands. He wanted to experience the sunrise of the Red River, and feel the snow on the glaciers. He wanted to go to the deserted North Sea to hunt eagles. He wanted to go to the inaccessible land of extreme cold to find Ice Dragon. He wanted to bring Imo Chingdi back. He wanted to travel all the famous mountains and rivers, and he also wanted to see all the spring flowers and winter snow. He wanted to be free and unrestrained. He wanted to buy a plane ticket and fly to Paris to feed the pigeons when he was bored. He wanted to go to Hengdian to listen to the sound of shooting stars streaking across the sky when he was depressed. He wanted to take Yi Gentle and let Yi Gentle carry the money. They could go on one trip after another whenever they wanted. He didn't want to be Mr. Yi. He only wanted to live for himself. He didn't want to live for others. He didn't want to live for responsibility. If he did that, he would be going against his own conscience. So, when Mr. Yi proposed such a tempting condition, he didn't hesitate to reject the men of Swallow Dock. How many people didn't want to be Mr. Yi? However, Fang Yan was still worried. He knew that his grandfather often thought differently from him. He lived for himself, but his grandfather would add different things to his life, such as glory and responsibility. So, even when Fang Yan waited alone in the courtyard, he still felt uneasy. He heard Mr. Yi and his grandfather singing. They were singing excerpts from Taking Tiger Mountain by Strategy. In their eyes, who was Yang Zirong? Who was Mountain Eagle? Now that the singing stopped and there was no sound from inside, it seemed that they had just entered the main topic. The negotiation had indeed entered the main topic, but it was different from Fang Hui's plan. If Yi Daowen becomes the teacher of Swallow Dock, then who will be able to stop the Yi family's crazy development? Hearing Master's words, Fang Hui held the big bowl and smiled silently. He said, how the Yi family will develop and how far it will develop are the problems that Master needs to consider. What does it have to do with a crippled old man like me? Mr. Yi looked at Fang Hui and said, you deliberately tried to ruin my reputation, didn't you? Didn't you want me to give up my position to the Yi family? This happened because of you. How could it have nothing to do with you? Fang Hui sighed and said, I'm only responsible for helping the Yi family get Master's position. As for how the Yi family will develop in the future, I'm not in the mood to study it, nor am I able to find out. So you're saying that you're only responsible for releasing the monsters in the cages, but you're not willing to take any responsibility for the monsters' actions after they're released? In your eyes, the Yi family is a monster. Any unrestrained power is a monster, Mr. said. It's the same for Swallow Dock, but it's locked in a cage. That's why Swallow Dock has Master. Mr. looked at Fang Hui with a playful look and said, it's strange that your Fang family keeps creating opportunities and fighting for benefits for the Yi family. 3 years ago, Fang Yan helped Yi Daoling get his current position. Now he's in charge of Hua Xia's economic lifeline. Now, you, this old fellow, are pushing the waves from behind, wanting to help Yi Daowen obtain the position of Mr. Hui, do you really think the relationship between the Yi family and the Fang family is unbreakable? Does your Fang family really want to be tied to the Yi family's chariot? What kind of unbreakable relationship is that? I just want to send some betrothal gifts to my grandson. But you should know better than anyone that the more betrothal gifts you send, the lower the possibility of Fang Yan and Wen Raowen. With the Yi family's current development speed, will you still be able to climb up to the Yi family? Mr. said with a smile, it's better to retreat and form a net than to envy the fish in the pool. After all, it's not a wise thing to do for others. Hui is wise. You should understand these principles more clearly than I do. Do you mean you want Fang Yan to be master? Yes. But if Fang Yan becomes master, he will have to tear up with the Yi family. I'm afraid the marriage between the Fang family and the Yi family will be even more impossible, right? Fang Hui reached out and touched the cup. He said with a smile, you're harming me. You're up to no good. If I want to achieve what I want, I need to have enough strength. It's not hard to choose between being a bug that can only follow and respond, or to be a dragon that can contend with the Yi family, right? It's difficult. Fang Hui said with a smile, it's very difficult. Mr. looked at Fang Hui and said, then do you choose to be a worm? Or choose to be a dragon? Naturally, I choose to be a dragon. Fang Hui said, wealth comes from danger. What do you think, Mr.? Mr. smiled and said, Hui, you're too smart. What a pity. The smile on Fang Hui's face slowly disappeared. He looked at Mr. seriously and said, I know what you're feeling sorry about, but if you were me, what would you choose? I'd choose the same as you, Mr. said simply. That's why I said we're both smart people. Fang Hui said, smart people have a hard life. Mr. pointed outside with his finger and said, "You've been doing these things without telling that boy?" Fang Yan is smart and flexible, but he's pure in nature. The things we've done are too dirty. Even if he doesn't say anything, he'll still feel a little uncomfortable. Instead of that, it's better to get things done first. I'm lame and old. I can't help him in other aspects, but I'll help him take the blame and shield him from the dirty water. I'm good at these things. Mr. sighed softly and said, "It's not easy for you." Fang Hui laughed and said, "But I have a good grandson, and you don't." If there was a list of the most annoying people in Swallow Fort, the Fang family's grandfather and grandson would definitely be on it. Old street, old house. Fang Yan sized up the seemingly ordinary but not simple old alley. He looked at Mr. and asked, "What is this place?" On both sides of the alley were courtyards with red walls and gray tiles that looked very old. Some of them still maintained the style of the previous courtyard houses. However, the doors of each courtyard were tightly shut. One couldn't see what was going on inside, let alone know what kind of people lived in the courtyard. The street was narrow, and the middle of the alley could only allow one car to pass. Larger cars couldn't pass at all. There was no flow of people on bicycles, and it was rare to even see people. It was clearly in the downtown area, and the most important center of power in Huaxia was separated by a wall. However, this alley was very quiet, and there was almost no noise. Most importantly, Fang Yan sensed the aura of experts. There were at least 4 experts lying in ambush in the places he knew. There were also some people who were even more secretive. Only after they took action would he know their exact location. "Debt collectors," Mr. said expressionlessly. He reached out to knock on the door. He grabbed the copper buckle in the mouth of the Pihu beast and slapped the door. Pa, pa, pa. After 3 sounds, Mr. took a step back and stood at the bottom of the steps with his back straight. Creak. The wooden door was pulled open from the inside, and a tall woman appeared at the door. The woman bowed to Mr. and said, "Mr. Master knows you are coming today. He has already prepared good tea and has been waiting for you for a long time." Mr. nodded and raised his foot to enter the door. Only then did the woman's gaze fall on Fang Yan's face. She said with a smile, "Handsome boy, we haven't seen each other for a long time." Fang Yan looked at the woman in camouflage clothes and said, "Tigress, I haven't seen you for some time." The woman was the eagle herding in the sky and the tigress on the ground. Fang Yan knew that she was Jiang Junling's subordinate. The two of them had interacted before. However, he didn't expect to see her again here. Fang Yan looked at the tigress and sized up the old house in front of him. He said with a smile, "Is this the general's house?" The tigress also smiled. The woman's facial features were very beautiful. Because her chest was too large, she gave off a very strong feeling. However, when she smiled, there was a strange kind of sexiness. Conquering such a woman was also a good challenge for many men. "You stood at the door and came to ask for a debt. I don't know where you went. What if you were sold?" The tigress squinted her eyes and joked with Fang Yan. She moved her body to the side and made a gesture of invitation. "That depends on whether you can sell it for a good price." Fang Yan said, "If the price is right, I can also get a share of the benefits. If you want to sell it, then so be it. Big sister can't bear to sell you." The tigress said with a smile. "You are a man that I rarely see that makes my heart beat." Fang Yan followed behind Mr. and walked towards the backyard of the small courtyard. The front yard wasn't big, but the backyard wasn't small. There were a lot of flowers and plants in the backyard, and there were also some fresh vegetables. There was a grape tree under the eaves of the porch. The vine of the grape tree climbed everywhere, covering half of the sky in the small courtyard. It blocked the sunlight outside, making the small courtyard look a little gloomy. Winter had arrived in Yanjing, and the weather was a little chilly. The vegetables were growing green, and the flowers were blooming beautifully. It was a comfortable and beautiful countryside. In a chive's field, an old man wearing a straw hat was using a sickle to cut chives. Hearing the footsteps behind him, the old man adjusted his straw hat and looked over. He said to Mr. You came at the right time. I'll make chives dumplings for you tonight. Chapter 686. He was not tall and slender, nor did he have a sage-like demeanor, nor was he gloomy, cold, or awe-inspiring. His figure was slightly plump, his skin was a little tanned, and his smile was a little wretched. It was a very ordinary old man, exactly the same as the old men he saw in the fields in the village. However, this old man was not ordinary at all. The general cherishes his fortune. Jiang Fengxing was Jiang Junling's grandfather, the head of one of the most powerful families in Yanjin. With the wisdom of the ancients, they created the phrase, wealth comparable to a country. We often use the phrase, as rich as a country, to describe a person's wealth, but most of the time, it's actually a praise for that person. This was because most people's wealth couldn't rival a country's. Those who could truly rival a country were extremely rare existences in the human world, and the Jiang clan was one of them. In Dream of the Red Chamber, in order to describe the wealth of the three great families, they even made up a few rhymes like this: Jia is not fake, white jade is the hall, gold is the horse, 300 li of Ipang Palace cannot hold a single official of Jinling. The East Sea lacked a white jade bed, so the Dragon King invited the king of Jinling over. A family of generals would not use white jade as a roof and gold as a horse. They would not do such a vulgar thing. However, the wealth of the Jiang family was far beyond that of the Jia, Shi, and Wang families. No one in the outside world knew how much wealth the Jiang family had. Even the Wolf King of the Jiang clan didn't know about this, right? That's great. The teacher said with a smile, I haven't eaten your chive dumplings for many years. That's because an esteemed guest like you doesn't easily pay a visit. Jiang Shifu chuckled. Tell me, what's so good about guarding Swallow Dock? With such a group of powerful people around, who could bully them? Do you really have to be like an old hen protecting her chicks, guarding there for a moment? I say, when you have nothing better to do, you should come out and walk around more. You should go to Yanjing City more often. You didn't see your group of old friends in Yanjing City back then? Aren't I here now? Mr. Wang said with a smile. An old friend is an old friend. Whether he comes or not, we are still friends. While Jiang Shifu was talking to the teacher, he had already walked out of the vegetable field with a basket. He handed the basket in his hand to the tigress and said, wash the vegetables, then add a few more eggs and fry them together. Chop the stuffing into smaller pieces and add more sesame oil. I'll go mix the dough later. The tigress carried the basket and left, leaving Shifu in the corner of the yard with the tap to wash his hands. The teacher pointed at Fang Yan and said, Fang Yan. Oh. There were waves rolling in Jiang Shifu's eyes, and in an instant, he restored his tranquility. He looked at Fang Yan with great interest and said, let's eat dumplings later. Young people should eat more bowls. Fang Yan smiled and said, I will try my best. Fang Yan didn't expect to eat dumplings at the general's house. He also didn't expect the dumplings at the general's house to taste so good. Tigress stir-fried dumpling stuffing, Shifu, and dough rolled into dumpling skin. It was neither soft nor hard, and the thickness was just right. With a single bite, his mouth was filled with oil. The green flavor of the chives and the aroma of the eggs blended together perfectly. It was even more delicious than the dishes cooked by star-rated chefs. The teacher ate a small bowl, and Jiang Shifu also ate a small bowl. After the two of them ate the dumplings, they each held a bowl of dumpling soup and sipped it. Fang Yan ate 3 bowls in a row. When he ate the second bowl, he felt almost full. The tigress asked him to eat another bowl, and he felt that eating another bowl was fine. Since the teacher dared to eat it, he wasn't worried that there was poison in the dumplings. Jiang Shifu looked at Fang Yan with a smile and said, it's good to be young. When I was young, I could eat 5 bowls, but it wasn't a bowl like this. It was a bowl that was much bigger than this. Each bowl was full of sprouts. That bowl must be filled with dozens of dumplings, right? Dipping it in chili oil and mixing it, eating the dumplings and then drinking the soup, tsk, that taste is really beautiful. The teacher looked at Jiang Shifu and said, "You speak as if you had suffered a lot when you were young and how much tiredness. When I knew you, you were still a playboy. Brother, eating dumplings with chili oil was just you getting tired of eating delicacies and changing your taste. Your ancestors have a foundation that can't be squandered in 10 lifetimes. You can't lie to me about this kind of thing." Jiang Shifu laughed loudly and said, "It's strange. Our Jiang family has produced great generals and great scholars, but we've never produced farmers. But I just happen to like this life in the countryside. I like to grow some flowers and plants, grow some fruits and vegetables, and make my own dumplings to eat. Stepping on the muddy ground with my feet makes people feel at ease. Your heart is at ease, but other people's hearts aren't at ease," the teacher said with a sigh. "AI, it's all the children's business," Jiang Shifu said. "Do you really think it's worth bringing it out of your mouth?" "It's indeed the children's business," the teacher said. "The children's business isn't necessarily a small matter. At the very least, my side is quite passive." The teacher held the bowl in one hand and pointed at Fang Yan with the other, saying, "Look, he's already come knocking on our door. How can we not give an explanation?" "Then give him an explanation," Jiang Shifu said. He drank most of the noodle soup in the bowl in one gulp, then put the large bowl on the stone table and waved at Fang Yan, shouting, "Young man, come here." Fang Yan quickly stuffed the last dumpling in the bowl into his mouth, threw the bowl to the side, and walked in front of the two elders. Jiang Shifu looked at Fang Yan and asked with a chuckle, "Are you full?" "I'm full." Fang Yan chewed the dumpling in his mouth and quickly swallowed it. "It's good that you're full," Jiang Shifu said. "This is the first time you've been a guest at my house. I don't have anything else, but I have to make sure you're full. Since you're full, let's talk about some serious matters." Fang Yan knew that the main topic had come. He didn't respond and waited for Jiang Shifu to continue. Jiang Shifu looked at Fang Yan and said, "Long Qianxiang said that you came knocking on our door, so we have to give you an explanation." "What kind of explanation do you want?" "Father died tragically, and Huaqing was in danger. I want justice," Fang Yan said with a serious expression. It was all done by that brat of our family?" "Indeed," Fang Yan said. He was worried that Jiang Shifu would act shamelessly and be unwilling to admit to the disgusting things his grandson had done. In his heart, he was willing to do anything for his family. Not to mention a small matter like lying and acting shamelessly. "I think that many people can testify to this matter. I'm not doubting your character. I've also heard a little about what that brat has done." Jiang Shifu smiled and waved his hand. "If Jiang Junling returns, he will naturally punish the Jiang family. But you also know that ever since Jiang Junling went to Huaqing, he hasn't returned. If that's the case, how should I give you an explanation?" "So you're saying that the Jiang family is prepared to deny it to the end?" Fang Yan said with a cold smile. He knew that the matter wouldn't be so easily resolved. Now, the Jiang family was indeed beginning to quibble. After the failure of the encirclement at the summit of One Sword Peak, Jiang Junling had indeed disappeared without a trace. Of course, his disappearance was aimed at outsiders like Fang Yan. If even the Jiang family themselves, or the Jiang family's old man, Jiang Shifu, didn't know where Jiang Junling was, then they were treating people like idiots. Was Fang Yan an idiot? Fang Yan would only eat for free. Don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. Jiang Shifu saw the anger on Fang Yan's face, and comforted him. Young people are hot-tempered. I can understand your feelings, but the truth is like this. I know that if I tell you that I've never seen Jiang Junling, you absolutely won't believe me. But, I really haven't seen him. I really can't drag him out and kill him. But, the Jiang family cares about our reputation. We won't do something like not investigating the wrongdoings and not punishing the evils. Jiang Shifu thought about it, then looked at Fang Yan and said, I can't find him. If you can find him, then you can do whatever you want, but the Jiang family needs to make a statement about this matter. How about this, I'll banish that bastard from the Jiang family and remove his name from the family tree. What do you think of this punishment? Banishing Jiang Junling from the Jiang family and removing his name from the family tree was a serious punishment. If Jiang Junling was no longer a member of the Jiang family, then he wouldn't be able to use the Jiang family's resources, and he would become a stray dog without power. If Jiang Junling's name was removed from the family tree, then he wouldn't be able to enter the Jiang family's ancestral hall or tomb after he died. In other words, Jiang Junling would have no parents, no relatives, no ancestral tablets, and would become a person without roots. Thinking about how Jiang Junling would have no roots in the future, Fang Yan was quite pleased. However, this kind of punishment didn't have much meaning to Fang Yan. If the Jiang family could banish Jiang Junling and remove his name from the family tree, then they could call him back. Even if they didn't allow Jiang Junling to return to the family tree, wouldn't Jiang Junling no longer be a member of the Jiang family? At that time, without the restrictions of his identity and with the secret support of the Jiang family's resources, wouldn't Jiang Junling be like a fish in water and be able to do even more things? However, Fang Yan had no way of rebutting Jiang Shifu's proposal. In a situation where they couldn't find Jiang Junling, they had already shown such great sincerity. What was there to be dissatisfied about? Fang Yan thought for a moment, then said with a smile, wouldn't that make it impossible for the Jiang family to reunite? You reap what you sow, you can't blame anyone else. Jiang Shifu looked at Fang Yan with a smile and said pointedly, everyone should pay the price for their own stupidity. What does young friend Fang think? Yes. Fang Yan pretended not to hear the deeper meaning in his words and said solemnly, Jiang Junling will die without a doubt. After leaving the Jiang family, the teacher turned his head and glanced at the tightly shut wooden door. He sighed softly and said, the Jiang family wants to kill you. Chapter 687. To draw a dragon or to draw a tiger, it was difficult to draw its bones. One might know a person's face, but not their heart. When Fang Yan arrived at the Jiang family to denounce them, not only did he not hear any harsh words, he did not receive any trouble from anyone. Instead, he was treated with great courtesy. The Jiang family's old patriarch, Jiang Shifu, was amiable and treated him like a nephew. He did not put on airs when speaking to him, and even ate several large bowls of dumplings that the Jiang family's old patriarch had personally made. In the end, Jiang Shifu straightforwardly gave him an explanation and took the initiative to expel the wrongdoer Jiang Junling from the Jiang family and remove his name from the Jiang family's genealogy. If that was the case, didn't that mean that the Jiang family recognized their mistakes and were sincerely apologizing to Fang Yan? That was obviously not the case. The Jiang family was a prestigious aristocratic family, and their every move was watched by countless people. Jiang Junling's plan to encircle and annihilate Fang Yan at Flower City's Single Sword Peak had failed, and anyone who paid attention already knew about it. Now, Mr. Swallow Dock had personally taken action and brought the victim, Fang Yan, to the Jiang family to collect their debt. No matter what, the Jiang family had to give Fang Yan an explanation. Not only an explanation to Fang Yan, but also to Swallow Dock, and to the countless pairs of eyes that were watching and watching from the shadows. If the Jiang family did not handle this matter fairly and did not handle it beautifully, then the character and virtue that they had built up over thousands of years would be instantly wiped out. The Jiang family is using their power to bully others. The Jiang family has caused the Jiang family to be ruined, and they did not even say a word of apology. The Jiang family has really gone too far, they don't even want any face. This kind of rumor would definitely spread through the mouths of countless people, and the matter of the Jiang family using their wealth to bully others would become a pillar of shame that would be tied behind them. Therefore, when Mr. brought Fang Yan to his door, the old man of the Jiang family personally received him. His words and actions, as well as the final result of their handling of the matter, made it so that no one could find any basis for criticism. Even the most picky observer, after learning about the way the old man handled the matter, could not say a single word of criticism. If the matter of Fang Yan eating the dumplings personally made by old Master Jiang in the Jiang family's old house were to spread out, perhaps many people in Yanjing City would develop feelings of envy and jealousy towards Fang Yan, and even more people would not be able to help but give a thumbs up to old Master Jiang and say, benevolence and righteousness. In order to save the face of the hundreds of people in the Jiang family, old Master Jiang had considered everything inside and outside of the family. However, it was also because of this that the teacher said that the Jiang family wanted to kill Fang Yan. Would you argue with a dead man? Would you care about a person who you knew was going to die getting more benefits? Of course not. The reason why the Jiang family treated Fang Yan so generously was because they would soon take back everything they had paid from Fang Yan. It was just like how gangs were willing to buy arms at a high price, but when the arms dealers were about to leave with the money, they would immediately kill them. In the end, they would get the goods and money back. Therefore, what was so unacceptable about a higher price in the beginning of the negotiation? Fang Yan turned his head to look at the Jiang family. The wooden gate of the Jiang family's courtyard was already closed. After it was closed, the Jiang family's old house was exactly the same as the other old houses. In the middle of this long street, it seemed somewhat inconspicuous. No one would have thought that the famous tycoon of Yanjing was hiding in the dim yellow light of this old street. Fang Yan squinted his eyes and smiled, saying, "Why does Mr. say that?" Their attitude was a bit too kind. The Mr. said, the apology was a bit too easy, and the punishment for Jiang Junling was a bit too severe. They were the ones who committed the crime in the first place. If their attitude was a bit more kind, their apology would be a bit faster, and their punishment for Jiang Junling would be a bit more severe. Isn't this something to be expected? Besides, I don't think their punishment for Jiang Junling was that severe. Banishing him from the Jiang family? Removing his name from the Jiang family's genealogy is something that has no real meaning. Rather than that, wouldn't it be better for them to drag Jiang Junling out and chop off one of his arms or 3 of his legs? Is that still a punishment? Fortunately, he didn't say something like drinking 3 cups of wine as punishment. Otherwise, I would have fallen out with that old fellow on the spot. Fang Yan, do you still not understand? The Mr. sighed softly and said, in the past, your opponent was Jiang Junling, and only one Jiang Junling. But from today onwards, your opponent is the old patriarch of the Jiang family, the entire Jiang family, and their branch families. Do you understand? You are about to face a colossus hidden in the darkness. No one can pry into their entire bodies, but a single roll from them is enough to set off a storm. Fang Yan looked at the Mr. and said, Mister, have you understood this a long time ago? I have. If you understand, then why did you bring me here to demand a debt? My original intention was to bring you here to smooth things over and untie this dead knot, but both of you are too stubborn. If Shifu had hesitated a bit or was willing to bargain with me when we proposed an explanation, I felt that there was a chance and would have done all I could. However, he agreed without hesitation, and even immediately stated his solution. This proves that he had long since prepared a draft in his mind and made a decision. There is no meaning in talking anymore. Fang Yan nodded and said, I also feel that the atmosphere of the Jiang family is a bit too strange, but what can I do? Even if you don't bring me here to demand a debt, even if I refuse the Jiang family's apology, will the Jiang family be able to live in peace with me? No. The Mr. said. So, do I have a choice? Or is it better to say that simply avoiding will solve the problem I face? The crisis I will encounter? No. If that's the case. Fang Yan squinted his eyes and smiled, a mocking smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Why can't I act a bit more forceful? And then give Jiang Shifu, that hypocritical old fellow, the middle finger? You gave him the middle finger just now. The Mr. paused and asked. I did. Fang Yan said. I did it secretly in my heart. It's not that I don't dare, I just feel that doing this is a bit too much of a loser. If word gets out, I'll be laughed at. Fang Yan said. The Jiang family is too strong right now. If I give him the middle finger, others will only laugh at me for overestimating myself, and say that I'm an ant laughing at an elephant for needing to lose weight. But, when the day comes when I trample the Jiang family under my feet, wouldn't everyone's applause be even more enthusiastic when I do this again? Trampling the Jiang family underfoot is what I'm going to do next. Although it sounds a bit difficult, when I faced Jiang Junling, no one thought that I had any chance of winning. The mister looked at Fang Yan and said, so, be the mister of Swallow Dock, I can help you. You're trying to trick me again. The guest left, the host left. After the courtyard door closed, old man Jiang Shifu walked towards the backyard with a teacup in his hand, humming a tune. Every night, he had to water the flowers and plants he planted. He had to do this by himself, and no one else was allowed to help. Jiang Shifu placed the teacup on the stone table under the grapevine, and then carried the sprinkler to water the triangle plum in the nursery. General Xing, dressed in white, stood behind him and said with a smile, I could smell the fragrance of the dumplings in the study, and my saliva was about to flow out of my mouth. At that time, I wanted the tigress to send me a bowl, but I was afraid that the guests would laugh at me. That kid is really lucky to be able to eat the dumplings that Grandpa personally made. General Xing turned to look at the tigress in the dark corner and said, is there any more of Grandpa's chives dumplings? If there is, tell the kitchen to quickly make a bowl for me, a big bowl. If there isn't any, give me a bowl of dumpling soup. At least let me satisfy my craving first. The tigress chuckled and said, I know that young master likes to eat this, so I specially asked the kitchen to leave a bowl for you. It should be ready now, right? I'll bring it over for you. General Xing had a satisfied look on his face and said, go, go. I can't wait. When the tigress turned to the kitchen to bring the dumplings, General Xing said to Grandpa, today, these two unwelcome guests are not easy to entertain, right? Unwelcome guests. How evil can they be? Jiang Shifu said without turning his head. How powerful can a cat be? Can it eat people like a tiger? Grandpa, let's not talk about Mr. He has guarded Swallow Dock for decades, and his hands and eyes are everywhere. Even that person above him is his brother. Although that kid Fang Yan is young, he is not easy to deal with. We can't be deceived by his appearance. Jiang Shifu turned his head to look at General Xing and grinned. I was just testing you on purpose. I was afraid that you would make the same mistake as the military order. If that kid was really a simple person, how could he force your little brother to the point where it is difficult for him to return home? If he was really an ordinary person, how could he have the guts to run to our Jiang family and flaunt his strength? I had no choice but to make dumplings for him and expel your little brother from the Jiang family to settle the matter. General Xing nodded and said, it seems that Grandpa's evaluation of him is very high. Giving birth to a son is like a general's order. That old bastard Song Zaniang really is shameless enough to do anything to support his disciple. Jiang Shifu said with an unfriendly expression. It's fine if things go smoothly. These words have the smell of fate. But if there are any twists and turns, won't these words become a whip that ruthlessly slaps your face? Chapter 688. Why did Jiang Junling immediately flee after his defeat, even daring to return to the family? If I were him, I would be too embarrassed to return and have children, just like Jiang Junling. His cheap master made him the benchmark of all the heroes in the world. But this benchmark was easily pushed by someone, how could he have the face to return? Coming back would just be adding a joke to the Jiang family. The higher you climb, the harder you fall. Now, if anyone mentions those words in front of the Jiang family again, feel free to slap them. No need to doubt that he definitely doesn't have any good intentions. Even if Jiang Junling were to hide in the remote mountains and ancient forests, he would still feel a burning pain on his face when he muttered those words, right? When it came to matters involving his own younger brother, General Xing was normally unwilling to speak. Moreover, he really didn't know how to respond to this kind of matter. Saying he was good was against his heart, saying he was bad was jealousy. Simply not saying anything was the proper thing to do. The Fang Yan of the past wasn't even worth mentioning compared to Jiang Junling. Does anyone think that Fang Yan can defeat Jiang Junling? It really is unexpected. General Xing said with a wry smile. At that time, Fang Yan was just an earthworm, his entire body soft and limp, seemingly without any strength. However, this earthworm that didn't have a single bone in its body was able to push through the hardest soil. Jiang Shifu said with a serious face, even if its body was chopped into 8 or 10 pieces, it would still be able to live well. This is a true hero, this is a person truly worthy of admiration, an opponent worthy of respect, an enemy worthy of reverence. A person should be an earthworm, don't think about being a flood dragon. Even if you really are a flood dragon, wait until you know how to move clouds and summon rain before revealing your true form. Otherwise, you would have long since been slaughtered by others. Grandfather, I understand. General Xing nodded with a serious expression. I will definitely be careful and cautious, and definitely won't make the same mistakes as the military orders. It's good that you understand, Jiang Shifu said. Because of that brat, our general family has suffered heavy losses. Your fifth uncle has a knot in his heart and is resentful. No matter how arrogant Junling is, he is still a capable child of our general family. He has suffered losses time and time again and has been bullied time and time again. The general family does not look good. What does Grandpa mean? I say that people should learn from earthworms, but don't wait for the earthworm to ascend and become a flood dragon, General Shifu said softly. That brat has the support of the Qin family, and he also has Chao Yan to rely on. He has turned Flower City into his own backyard, so we can't give him another chance. He was a wolf from Zhongshan, and when he succeeded, he became arrogant. When he becomes powerful, the first thing he'll destroy will be our Jiang family. Since the war has already begun, General Xing looked up at the dark night sky and said, then let me end it. The tigress brought over the freshly cooked dumplings. General Xing took it and hurriedly picked one up and stuffed it into his mouth. With a face full of happiness, he said, I really wouldn't exchange it even for an immortal. Within the red walls, Fang Yan was like a granny who had just entered a grand view garden for the first time. He looked around curiously at everything he saw. The place he was standing on had a special meaning in the political landscape of Huaxia. More than 90% of Huaxia's policies and laws came from here. This was the holy land in the hearts of countless people, and also the forbidden land under the feet of countless people. Under the ginkgo tree in the courtyard, the benevolent old man who was often seen on TV looked at Fang Yan with a smile. His words carried a strong Beijing accent. He said, young man, you look very spirited. If you go to the army, you'll definitely be a good seedling. This old man had started in the military, and now held the power of the country's army. So he had a very special feeling towards the army. He was a qualified soldier, so he also hoped that the younger generation he saw could become an outstanding soldier. Thank you, Chief. Whether I go to the army or not, I'm still a soldier of Huaxia. When the country needs me, I won't hesitate to die for the country. Fang Yan smiled and thanked the old man. What he learned was Tai Chi, so he learned it naturally. He respected this old man, but he didn't feel nervous. Because he knew that only when it was natural could he show the best of himself. As expected, the old man was very satisfied with Fang Yan's attitude when talking to him. He patted his thigh and said, heroes come from the young. To be valued so highly by Qianxiang at such a young age, he must have something extraordinary. Looking at the teacher sitting opposite him, he said, Qianxiang, it's been a while since you brought me to see such an outstanding young man. The teacher held the moonlight teacup in his hand and said in a deep voice, I have some things to take care of, so I want to pass the position of teacher to Fang Yan. The old man's expression was slightly confused, but he returned to normal in an instant. He laughed and said, this is your family's matter, so it's up to you to decide. If you think he's good, then he must be very good. Thank you, Chief, the teacher said seriously. The old man waved his hand and said, Qianxiang, let's not talk about this between us. This moonlight teacup is not bad, right? You know that I've always liked collecting cups, and this moonlight teacup is my favorite among my many collections. Only when Qianxiang comes, I can't help but show it off to you. Usually, even I can't bear to drink tea with it. I'm afraid that I'll accidentally break one. No matter how precious something is, it will only have its value after it's used. What's the value of something that can't be used? The teacher said with a smile. You're too naive. The old man laughed and said, that's true. But sometimes, even if you know you've made a mistake, you still don't want to correct it. Most of the time, we make mistakes in the name of love. That makes a lot of sense, the teacher said. I just made a big mistake in the name of love. Now, I'm taking this kid around to atone for my mistake. After chatting for more than 20 minutes, the secretary came over and whispered in the old man's ear that the prime minister of a certain country had arrived and was waiting in the conference room. The old man's time was counted by minutes and seconds. Every minute and every second was filled up over the course of a few days or even earlier. When he found out that the teacher had brought Fang Yan over, it was not easy for him to take such a long time to meet with them. The old man waved his hand to show that he understood. He looked at the teacher with a face full of guilt and said, Qianxiang, I still have something to take care of today. When I'm completely free, I'll go to Swallow Dock and stay there for a few days. We'll drink and play chess, and have a good time. Then I'll wait for you. The teacher also stood up and said, go do your work. We won't disturb you anymore. The old man nodded and looked at Fang Yan. Fang Yan, I think we'll have many opportunities to meet in the future. Is that so? I want to come here every day to drink tea and ask for advice. But I know that's impossible. The chief is very busy every day, and he deals with military and national affairs, Fang Yan said with a smile. The old man looked at Fang Yan thoughtfully and said, meeting you is also dealing with military and national affairs. Fang Yan is very good. Keep in touch with Jianjun in the future. Jianjun was the old man's secretary, a middle-aged man who wore glasses. When Zhang Jianjun heard that the chief wanted to keep in touch with Fang Yan, he couldn't help but look at Fang Yan again. Old people of this level would never say any unnecessary pleasantries. If they liked someone, they liked him. If they didn't dislike him. He said that he wanted Fang Yan to keep in touch with him, which proved that he really wanted to talk with Fang Yan. The old man hurriedly left with the secretary. The teacher and Fang Yan were still sitting in the courtyard drinking tea. The teacher looked at Fang Yan and said, Swallow Dock's matters are military and national affairs. I never felt that I was so important before, Fang Yan said. Brave warriors guard the 4 directions, the teacher said. Every country places great importance on the training of special forces. Because most modern wars are local wars and conflicts, when there is no way to send a large number of troops, the existence of an elite force is very necessary. There are even some developed countries that are researching genetic warriors or genetic medicine. Our country started late in this area, or in other words, many people even reject this extremely cruel way of unearthing one's potential at the cost of personal consciousness. The old man just now was one of the people who opposed it. So, the existence of Swallow Dock just happened to make up for this flaw. Warriors unearth their life potential by conforming to the heavenly way and integrating with nature. They don't need injections or drugs, and there are no side effects. So, how can Swallow Dock not be important? Huaxia has 3 dangerous places, and the 3 dangerous places are all at the very edge of Huaxia. Sang Mountain, Beihai, and Devil Gobi are not even heard of by ordinary people, but every year, there are Swallow Dock or other elites from the inner Jianghu who are sent to guard them. Every year, the soul summoning banner is raised in the village, and every year, new tombs appear in the back mountain. Those are all great men who sacrificed their lives for the country. How can such places not be valued? Is the teacher of such a place a disgrace to Fang Yan's character and talent? Fang Yan was speechless. The teacher went around in a big circle just to convince him to inherit his mantle and become the teacher of Swallow Dock. When did the teacher of Swallow Dock become so worthless? The old man just now also said that I haven't brought elites from Swallow Dock to visit him for a long time, the teacher said in a deep voice. 7 years ago, I brought Bai Xiu here. 16 years ago, I brought Dao Ling here. Earlier, I brought Xiao Di here. He likes people like Xiao Di the most. Fang Yan knew that Mo Light Enemy was very cool back then. But he still didn't expect Mo Light Enemy to be so cool. Even such a person loved him so much. What a pity, what a pity. Thinking of the old drunkard's current encounter, the hostility in Fang Yan's heart rose again. Huaxia Dragon God, there will be a day when we fight. The teacher glanced at Fang Yan and said, the chief told you to keep in touch with Jianjun, so you should keep in touch with him. When Bai Xiu came, did the chief say this? Fang Yan asked curiously. The teacher glanced at Fang Yan and said, no. Fang Yan grinned and said, I knew he didn't say it. Chapter 689. The teacher sighed softly and said, Bai Xiu just went the wrong way. Otherwise, he could be called a young talent. Among the younger generation, there are not many people who can compete with him. Fang Yan glanced at the teacher and said, I hope you don't mind what I said. Of course, even if you do mind, I still have to say it. Although you always put Bai Xiu on a high pedestal and said how powerful he was, I still killed him. Is this considered a counterattack by a nobody? What kind of nobody are you? You were born in the Fang family of Tai Chi. Your grandfather is a god of Red Wall, your father is a celebrity in the painting world, your mother was born in a family of scholars, and your grandfather is the prime minister of the academic world. Most importantly, Mo Qingdi, the only master of the way of heaven to come out of Swallow Fort in 100 years, is also from your Fang family. He has already comprehended the heart of Tai Chi at a young age. If such a background is still considered a nobody, then how do you expect the thousands of ordinary people who rely on their own hands to start from scratch, and even can't make a name for themselves for the rest of their lives? Listening to what you said, it turns out that I'm also a second generation. Second generation of martial arts. It's because you're too outstanding that the opponents you provoke are people like Jiang Junling. Otherwise, how could things have developed to this stage? Being too outstanding is also a kind of original sin. Fang Yan shook his head helplessly. Whether it's Bai Xiu or Jiang Junling, they're both enemies because I'm too outstanding. But, can you blame me for that? It's just that they're too narrow-minded. Yi Gentle is also outstanding. I'm always beaten black and blue by her, but have I ever been jealous of her? I even like her very much, and I'm even willing to marry her. The teacher smiled helplessly and said, you're a man, but you're quite jealous. This is not jealousy. Fang Yan said. How can I be jealous of Bai Xiu? I just strongly condemn some of his actions. If you're good enough, the worst that can happen is that you'll be killed by someone even better than you. However, if you were not outstanding enough, you would be drowned by thousands of ordinary people like you. No one could see your face, and no one was willing to listen to you. No one would care whether you were happy or sad. You looked like you were walking in a lively crowd, but in fact, you only had yourself as a companion. Which one will you choose? I don't want to be killed by outstanding people, and I don't want to fade into the crowd. I hope I can be the center of attention when I walk in the crowd. I hope that every word I say, there will be countless people to listen to me carefully. I laughed, and the others laughed too. If I cry, someone will cry with me. Fang Yan looked at the teacher with a serious expression and said, I hope to be able to live an outstanding life. When a wild goose flies over people's heads, it still knows to scream a few times at the top of its voice to let people know that it has been here. The teacher nodded in praise and said, it is not easy for us to come to this world, how can we not leave behind something? What kind of people are the big winners in life? The heroes who fought bravely, the pillars of the country, the great poets who left their names in history, for thousands of years, their names shone in the long river of history and were commemorated and sung by countless people. They were the real winners in life. Some people can manage for a lifetime, while others manage for generations. Fang Yan, I hope you can become that kind of person. I also know that you have the ability to become that kind of person. Fang Yan was silent for a moment, then said, "So, what should I do?" "Come with me to see someone." "See who?" Fang Yan asked. "A very important person," the teacher said. "More important than Jiang Shifu and the bureau chief?" Fang Yan was shocked. 100 times more important than Jiang Shifu and the bureau chief, the teacher said with absolute certainty. Fang Yan was so shocked that he could not speak. The teacher asked if Fang Yan had time today, and Fang Yan said yes. So the teacher brought Fang Yan to Yanjing to see the old general, Jiang Shifu, and the old chief behind the red wall. These two old men were influential figures in Huaxia. One could stir up the economy of a country with a stomp of his foot, and the other could mobilize millions of lions with a word. Especially the latter one, he had a decisive position on the map of the entire world. But the teacher said that he was going to bring Fang Yan to see someone 100 times more important than them. What kind of person was that? Fang Yan's face was flushed, and his body trembled slightly. He knew that the teacher had a very deep network of connections, but he did not expect that he could follow behind him and see all the heroes in Yanjing. Out of the red wall, across the moat, through the black tortoise gate, turned right on Chang'an Street, and entered the old Huimin Street. After passing a dozen shops, the teacher stopped in front of a small noodle shop. Fang Yan looked up and asked, "Is this the place?" "This is the place," the teacher said with a nod. In order to prove that he did not lie to Fang Yan, he pushed the door open and walked in. Fang Yan looked up again at the name of the noodle shop, a bowl of mixed sauce noodles. Only then did he push the door open hesitantly and walk in. The teacher had already found a seat and called out, "2 bowls of mixed sauce noodles." Fang Yan sat across from the teacher and said, "Teacher, where is the big shot you mentioned?" "Right here," the teacher said. Fang Yan looked around at the simple facilities of the noodle shop and said, "Why is the big shot here?" "The chef of this noodle shop is a big shot. He is a hidden master." Fang Yan asked with wide eyes, his face full of expectation. "The mixed sauce noodles he makes are very delicious," the teacher said. Fang Yan wanted to jump up and curse. "These old guys, your humor is not humorous at all. I hate listening to your jokes the most. Who can be more important than the chef of mixed sauce noodles who can fill our stomachs and not starve to death?" The teacher saw Fang Yan's disappointed expression and said with a smile, "This mixed sauce noodles is the most authentic in Yanjing. Every time I come to Yanjing, I have to come here to eat. In the beginning, I could eat 3 bowls at a time. Later, I could only eat 2 bowls. Now, I can only eat 1 bowl." Fang Yan did not want to talk to him. No matter how delicious the mixed sauce noodles are, it is just a bowl of mixed sauce noodles. This old man is too much. If you want to eat something good, you can just tell me. I'll lead the way, and I'll treat. Was there a need to be so secretive? The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Fang Yan was in a very bad mood now. "You're here." A crisp voice with a Beijing accent sounded beside his ear. Fang Yan looked up and saw a girl in a white dress walking towards them. The girl was young and immature. Her soft long hair draped over her shoulders and she wore a floral apron around her neck. She looked fresh and refined. The girl walked in front of Fang Yan and the teacher. She smiled at Fang Yan and said to the teacher, "Grandpa Long, do you want 2 bowls of mixed sauce noodles?" "Little Bai, didn't you go to school today?" "Grandpa Long, today is Sunday. I don't have to go to school. Did you forget?" The girl looked very familiar with the teacher and replied with a smile. "Oh." The teacher nodded and said with a smile, "So it is Sunday. Grandpa, you are confused. Grandpa Long, you are confused about small things, but you are smart about big things. The girl winked at Fang Yan and said jokingly. No one is smarter than you. You little brat, you only know how to flatter Grandpa. The teacher said with a smile. But this time Grandpa has no gift for you. Humph, the girl wrinkled her nose and said with dissatisfaction, I knew you didn't bring me a gift. You stingy brat, drink cold water. Ha, I don't want to drink cold water. I came to eat mixed sauce noodles. The teacher smiled happily, and the wrinkles on his face smoothed out a lot. It could be seen that he liked this little girl very much. The teacher pointed to Fang Yan sitting opposite and said, he is called Fang Yan. The girl looked at Fang Yan and said, Big brother Fang Yan, don't be with this stingy old man. If you learn his stingy habits, no girl will like you in the future. Fang Yan nodded and said with a worried expression, I will separate from him after eating this bowl of noodles. The girl giggled and said, yes, quickly separate from him after eating the bowl. You can't be with him for too long. You two are quite congenial. The teacher said with a smile. Of course. The girl raised her beautiful and flawless face and said, Big brother Fang Yan is young and handsome, and he is not stingy. How do you know he is not stingy? The teacher looked at Fang Yan and said, I don't see you give her any gift. Why is this girl saying good things about you? Fang Yan also looked back at the teacher and said, didn't my aunt say that I am young and handsome? This is a world that looks at faces. Sir, don't force yourself too much. Since little Bai is speaking for you, you should give her a small gift. The teacher looked into Fang Yan's eyes and said, Sir, do you think it is necessary? Fang Yan looked at the teacher and asked. The teacher nodded seriously and said with a firm voice, it is very necessary. Fang Yan thought for a moment and took out a heart-shaped stone from his pocket and said, I accidentally found this when I was walking by the river. The girl took the stone and said happily, ah, it is the same type as Li Chen. Chapter 690. The same as Li Chen. Fang Yan was stunned for a long time and asked, what's the same as Li Chen? Don't you know? The girl had a contemptuous expression that said, Uncle, you're out, and said, there's a very handsome teacher in our school named Li Chen. Every time he pursues a woman, he will give her a heart-shaped stone. The girl raised the small stone in her hand and said, it's exactly the same as this one. Later, he fell in love with Teacher Wang from our school. Teacher Wang posted a photo of the small stone on WeChat and said that it was accidentally picked up by Teacher Li Chen while walking by the river. It represented his wholehearted love for her. As a result, Teacher Zhang and Teacher Lin from our school also posted photos of their small stones on their WeChat moments at the same time and said, Li Chen, your family runs a tourist souvenir shop, right? Later, we found out that Teacher Li Chen's family does run a souvenir shop. There are as many of these heart-shaped stones as you want. Nowadays, if the boys in our school pursue the girls they like, they will also buy one of these heart-shaped stones as a gift. It has become a trend. This is a very popular thing. My piece is different from Li Chen's, Fang Yan said with a serious expression. He pointed to the dark purple star-shaped stone in the little girl's hand and said, do you know what stone this is? The little girl shook her head and said, I don't know. Isn't it just a stone? This is a meteorite, Fang Yan said. It's a meteorite that hasn't burned out outside of Earth. It deviates from its original orbit or quickly falls to Earth in pieces. The meteors we often see are these large stones that are burning and finally disappear completely, or a small piece falls on Earth. A meteor that hasn't burned out isn't rare, but it's extremely rare for it to turn into such a heart shape after burning. Don't you think this stone is much heavier than a small stone of the same size? The girl rubbed the heart-shaped stone in her palm and looked at Fang Yan with admiration. She said, Brother Fang Yan, you're amazing. I also found it by accident. I thought it was quite interesting, so I kept it, Fang Yan said with a smile. Fang Yan didn't find this stone by the river. He saw it in the antique shop of the Blue Mountain Club in Lanshan Valley and took it back to give it to Yiro. He didn't even have time to send it out before he followed his teacher to Yanjing City. Now that the teacher was forcing Fang Yan to give the little girl a gift, Fang Yan had nothing else in his hands, so he had to give the small stone away. Anyway, it wasn't something too rare. If he wanted it, he could just ask Lan Shanggu and the others to help him find it. If he couldn't find it, he would just polish it. Such a small problem wouldn't stump a smart person like Lan Shanggu. If Teacher Li Chen told such a story like you, Teacher Zhang and Teacher Lin would definitely not be angry, right? It turns out that the stone isn't important. What's important is how you spin the story around the stone. Fang Yan was drinking tea, and he almost spat out the tea in his mouth. The teacher was amused by the little girl's words and laughed. Looking at the embarrassed Fang Yan, he said, "You're one of the few sharp-tongued people in Swallow Dock. Usually, no one can make you suffer. How about it? Did you meet an expert today?" "I was talking to her seriously, but she misunderstood me," Fang Yan said with a wry smile. The little girl bowed slightly to Fang Yan. The V-neck of her white cotton dress hung low, revealing the girl's small chest that was like a baby pigeon. She smiled at Fang Yan and said, "Brother Fang Yan, I'm joking with you. Thank you for your gift. I know that this stone is different from Teacher Li Chen's stone. This is a meteor, a heart-shaped stone that heaven gave me." The teacher waved his hand and said, "All right, girl, go in and serve us the noodles. Help us put more marinade. Your grandfather always puts too little. It's too stingy." The girl made a face at the man and ran in with a smile on her face. The teacher retracted his gaze and looked at Fang Yan and said, "Her name is Bai Jia, Bai Xiu's sister." "I guessed it," said Fang Yan. "There aren't many people with the surname Bai to begin with, and it's even rarer for you to specially bring them here. Fang Yan, I've never underestimated your wisdom. It's precisely because of this that I specially brought you here to take a look. This is Bai Xiu's home. Their family runs a noodle shop. It's because I like eating their noodles that I discovered Bai Xiu, the little fellow. After that, I brought Bai Xiu to Swallow Fort and made him stay by my side." Mr. looked at Fang Yan with a serious expression and said, "You saw it just now. Bai Xiu's sister is an ordinary person. She doesn't have any schemes and doesn't know any martial arts. Her grandfather is a master of braising, and her father is a master of making wheaten food. Their family has been running a noodle shop for generations. The most delicious noodle they make is mixed paste noodles. You'll know when you try it later." Fang Yan stared at the teacher with sharp eyes and said, "Are you afraid that I'll take revenge on these ordinary people?" "Fang Yan, I can feel the hostility in your heart. It's so strong that even I'm shocked. I know that Bai Xiu has wronged you. Bai Xiu killed your father and tried to kill you. Now Bai Xiu is dead, but the resentment in your heart hasn't completely dissipated. You're still thinking about revenge and killing people. I know that if you have the heart, you'll find this place sooner or later. With your scheming methods, you can destroy this family with just a move of your finger." The teacher said in a heavy voice, "From my point of view, I can't make you stop, and I don't want to talk nonsense about revenge. I brought you here to let you see it with your own eyes. I want you to rest assured that this family can't hurt you. They can never hurt you." Fang Yan's face was so gloomy that water could almost be wrung out. He looked at the teacher and said, "Do you think I'm that kind of person?" The teacher was silent and didn't answer. "Do you think I can do that kind of thing?" The teacher was still silent. "Do you think I'll do anything to these ordinary people who don't have the strength to truss a chicken?" The teacher acted as if he didn't hear Fang Yan's question. "The noodles are here." The little girl, Bai Jia, came over with 2 big bowls of mixed sauce noodles on a tray. She placed the bowls in front of the teacher and Fang Yan, and then put cucumber strips and marinated sauce bowls in front of them. She said with a smile, "Be careful with mixing. Don't splash it on your clothes." The little girl liked to smile very much. Every time she said a word, she habitually showed two small dimples on her cheeks. She was a slim and graceful young lady, and when she smiled, it was as if she had her own little son. Every time she looked at her, there was a feeling of radiance in all directions. After she placed the bowls of noodles, she looked at Fang Yan and said, "Brother Fang Yan, let me help you mix the noodles." Only then did Fang Yan stop looking at or confronting the teacher. He turned his head to look at the little girl and said, "Thank you, Bai Jia. I can do it myself." "Ah, how do you know my name?" The little girl's white and tender face instantly turned red. She stared at the teacher with dissatisfaction and said, "Grandpa Long, did you tell him?" The teacher lowered his head to eat the noodles and said, "He gave Lu Xing to you, and he still doesn't know your name. Isn't that impolite?" "Then I should say it," the little girl said with a red face. "Okay. You say it next time," the teacher said. "You have already said it. What else can I say?" "Really?" The little girl was a little angry. The teacher pushed the bowl of noodles in front of Bai Jia and said, "Come, mix the noodles for Grandpa." "Humph, you eat it yourself. I don't want to mix it for you." The little girl stuck out her small chest and said proudly. The teacher shook his head and took back his bowl of noodles. He poured the cucumber strips and marinated sauce into the bowl of noodles and stirred it himself. Bai Jia saw Fang Yan's rusty mixing movements. She grabbed the chopsticks from his hand and said, "Brother Fang Yan, let me help you." With that, she stirred the chopsticks skillfully. Pulling and pulling, flicking and pressing, Bai Jia's movements were quick and agile. There was also a unique rhythm, as if she was performing a musical instrument. Soon, Bai Jia pushed a bowl of mixed sauce noodles to Fang Yan and said with a smile, "Brother Fang Yan, eat it quickly. It won't taste good when it's cold." Fang Yan nodded and said, "Thank you." "You're welcome. You just gave me a meteorite. It's nothing for me to help you mix the noodles." The little girl squinted her eyes and smiled again. The teacher sighed softly and said, "This is really an era where looks are important." Bai Jia curled her lips, raised her head, and said, "Humph, who asked you to tell others my name? I should have told him myself. I had already thought about it. When I came out, I was going to tell him, but you brought it forward." The teacher lowered his head and ate the noodles. He said, "Isn't it because I saw that Fang Yan is good-looking?" At this moment, the glass door of the noodle house was pushed open from the outside. A few tall men walked over. When the bald man saw Bai Jia, who was standing beside Fang Yan, talking and laughing, his eyes immediately lit up and shouted, "Bai Jia, Big Brother wants to eat your underwear today." As soon as this sentence came out, the group of men laughed unscrupulously. Chapter 691. The bald man laughed arrogantly. He was very proud of his classic line. If he could, he really wanted to have a loudspeaker in his hand so that the whole street could hear the joke he unintentionally said. What a humorous and witty line, it was tens of thousands of times better than those written by novelists. The men who had followed him and laughed heartily, but there was also a hint of malice in their laughter. Regardless of whether he really thought that his words were interesting, or that he was vulgar or obscene, he still had to take care of his face. After all, he had to pay the bill every time he ate, so he had to give something in return, right? "Brother Jiangwo, do you want to eat Little Miss Bai Jia's lower body, or do you want to eat Little Miss Bai Jia's lower body?" A man with shoulder-length hair blinked his wretched eyes and said with a smile. "Lin Hai, aren't you asking the obvious? Brother Jiangwo, of course, wants to eat Little Miss Bai Jia's lower body." "No, it's Little Miss Bai Jia's lower body." A big man in a gray robe with a string of starry moon bodhi hanging around his neck laughed and said. He looked exactly like a swindler on the street who pulled young girls and young wives to sell amulets. Isn't that the same meaning? What's the difference between Bai Jia's lower body and Bai Jia's lower body? Can't they all be eaten? They should also be delicious, right? In the middle of the crowd, an enchanting pretty boy said in a coquettish voice while holding an orchid root. Bai Jia is so beautiful, I'm also willing to eat. Bai Jia seemed to know these people. Her face was ruddy, her cheeks puffed up, and her eyes stared at the bald man with murderous intent. She said, Kong Jiangwo, don't talk nonsense. Who wants to eat your lower body? Don't even think about it. Go away, don't enter my shop. Hearing Bai Jia's answer, Kong Jiangwo became more energetic and strode toward Bai Jia. His huge body stood in front of the thin Bai Jia like a big grizzly bear coveting a little white rabbit. The little white rabbit felt that it was impossible to escape even if it had wings. She said, Little sister Bai Jia, is there a problem with your words? Is your family running a noodle shop? Since it's a noodle shop, brothers, if you don't give us lower body to eat, are you going to give us egg fried rice? You. Bai Jia took 2 steps back, avoiding the man's close proximity. What happened to me? Don't you think what I said makes sense? There was an undisguised evil light in Kong Jiangwo's fish-like eyes. He said, Sister, it's not the first time I've asked you out. Would you like to go to the bar with me tonight? Let me tell you, Big Brother will give you whatever you want to drink, and whatever you want to play, Big Brother will let you play. You can choose any bar in Hohai or Sanlitun, how about that? I'm not going. Bai Jia refused flatly. Bai Jia, aren't you going to give me face? Let me tell you, if it were other female students, they wouldn't get such treatment. Then go find those who are willing to go with you. How classless. Fang Yan clicked his tongue. How unstylish. Kong Jiangwo only treated Fang Yan as an ordinary customer. He didn't expect that Fang Yan would suddenly shout out. This guy was really an idiot. When he shouted, he didn't even look at his brothers. There were quite a few of them here. You sat together with an old fart, and if you really fought, your side wouldn't be enough. Everyone wanted to be a hero and save the beauty, but before that, they had to think about whether they were a hero or a coward. Even if the coward saved the beauty, most of the time, they would only get a, "You are a good person," in return, and then the sister would disappear without a trace. When the police came to investigate, no one would help them make a statement. Kong Jiangwo's gaze finally shifted to Fang Yan's face. He carefully looked at him and felt that someone who could come to this small shop to eat zhejiang noodles must not be a prominent person. How could a prominent person come here to eat 18 yuan for a big bowl of zhejiang noodles? Of course, he, Kong Jiangwo, was an exception. If it wasn't for Bai Jia, he wouldn't be willing to bring his brothers to this broken shop to eat noodles. Going to the Wang Lao Air Kidney shop in Tianmen to eat skewers and drink beer was a decent life. Slap. Kong Jiangwo's fleshy palm slapped hard on Fang Yan's shoulder. Fang Yan frowned slightly, but he didn't say anything. He just lowered his head and finished the long strip of noodles in his mouth. He had to admit that Bai Xiu's zhejiang noodles weren't as delicious as the teacher said. No matter how delicious it was, wasn't it just a bowl of zhejiang noodles? Moreover, the diced meat was so little, and the marinade wasn't spicy enough. He didn't know how this broken shop could stay open for so many years. Why didn't Bai Xiu starve to death in the past? While thinking about this, Fang Yan opened the chili sauce bottle on the table and poured a big spoon of chili oil on the dough. He stirred it vigorously, and the taste was especially different. It was so spicy that it was refreshing. Brother, what are you talking about? Kong Jiangwo bowed slightly and said with a smile. Because his big fat head was too close to Fang Yan's bowl, Fang Yan was particularly worried that the sweat on his face would drip into his bowl. Although the rice and porridge were earned by the sweat and hard work of the farmers, if someone were to directly pour someone's sweat into the porridge, perhaps not many people would be able to eat it. Fang Yan had no choice but to put down his chopsticks. He wiped the chili oil stain on the corner of his mouth with a paper towel and said, "I said it's not classy." Oh. That's kind of interesting. Kong Jiangwo looked at Fang Yan with a smile and said, "You think us brothers are not classy? That's not how it is." Fang Yan looked at Kong Jiangwo with a serious face and said, "This way of speaking is very uncultured. If he doesn't have any cultured qualities, then this man doesn't need to talk about classy. Qualities are the foundation, and classy is a deeper level of self-restraint." Kong Jiangwo was amused. The big hand that patted Fang Yan's shoulder began to exert force and said, "Then what kind of way of speaking do you think is more classy? For example, what you said just now is very wrong." Fang Yan had the appearance of a good teacher. He seriously discussed with Kong Jiangwo. As for the gravity on his shoulder, if this fatso wasn't afraid of dislocating his claws, he could continue to exert force and treat it as a free massage. "What did you say just now? You said you wanted to eat Bai Jie." Fang Yan glanced at Bai Jie's infinitely angry look and said, "To be honest, I don't even have the courage to repeat those words. I can't say it. I'm sorry. In fact, this can't be blamed on you, because many people in society will make this kind of mistake. They are uncultured, but they like to treat shamelessness as humor, treat vulgarity as humor, and treat lack of class as yuppie to show off to the public. Shameless, how can you talk to our brother Jiangwo? Brother Jiangwo, slap his face. Slap him shamelessly." The sissy jumped out with great dissatisfaction. Fang Yan looked up at him and remembered his appearance in his heart. "That's right. Look at how arrogant he is, as if he's some powerful person." The swindler pointed in the direction of the red wall and said, "Do you know what that place is? If you're really powerful, you can walk around there for a man to see." "I just came out from there," Fang Yan answered truthfully. The man who was eating his noodles with his head down looked at Fang Yan and said, "Don't show off your wealth." The group of punks was stunned for a moment, then they laughed. The sissy clutched his stomach and said, "I'm dying of laughter, I'm dying of laughter. Ayo, this little guy is really cute. Brothers, did you hear that? He said that they just walked around there. Do you believe him? Whether you believe it or not, I believe it anyway. This guy, this time we kicked an iron plate. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. We really had to go there." Fang Yan explained with some unwillingness. He was indeed a powerful person, and they really kicked an iron plate. Why didn't they want to believe his judgment? Kong Jiangwo's face was gloomy, and the hand that patted Fang Yan's shoulder became more forceful. He said, "Since brother said so, then you have to tell me what is a real humorous yuppie. Let us brothers have a good experience." Kong Jiangwo also felt very strange. He usually liked to play with walnuts, and his hand strength was not small. He had pinched someone before. When his palm touched the kid's shoulder, the guy immediately cried and begged to let go. "What's wrong with this kid? I've used so much strength, but he didn't notice at all. Or, I don't have any strength in my body today. Well, since you're humbly asking for leave, then I'll give you a good lesson." Fang Yan nodded with a smile and said, "Huaxia's words are broad and profound. Any random combination will have endless wonderful uses. For example, let's use the phrase, 'the goddess's lower part is a little salty,' as an example." Bai Jie's face was frosty. She angrily stomped her feet and said, "Big brother Fang Yan, how can you say that?" "Oh, I'm not talking about you." Fang Yan quickly explained, "I'm talking about the goddess. You can just treat the goddess as another woman." Fang Yan looked at Kong Jiangwo's friends and asked in a professional and responsible tone of a teacher, "Think about it, how many layers of meaning does this sentence mean?" 2. The sissy raised his hand and answered. The first layer means that the goddess's lower part is a little salty. The other layer, hee, I'm embarrassed to say it. Anyway, you guys can think about it yourself. Chapter 692. Correct answer. Fang Yan hit the edge of the bowl with his chopsticks and praised, "This sissy student answered correctly. The goddess's lower part is a little salty." This sentence literally has two meanings. We can simply misunderstand that he is evaluating the goddess's noodles with too much salt. Of course, it can also be very unhealthy to think in another direction. So, it depends on the relationship between the receiver and the speaker. If the receiver and the speaker are ordinary friends, then it is an evaluation of the noodles. Even if the receiver is very dissatisfied with the sentence, because there is another meaning to cover it up, it will also make people feel that it is harmless. If the two people are ambiguous or in a relationship, then it can be extended in another direction, that is, it will increase the interaction between the two people, and also increase the interest, Erotic but not obscene, interesting but not obscene, this is the charm of language. To evaluate a man's charm, it is not whether he has told pornographic jokes in front of others, but if he tells a pornographic joke, everyone thinks he is funny and meaningful, and everyone likes him very much. Fang Yan glanced at Kong Jiangwo and said, "You went straight to the point, saying that you want to eat the goddess's lower part. You have blocked your way out. You are naked and do not hide your lustful shamelessness and restless desire in your body." The disadvantages of this kind of expression are, first, it proves that you are a hooligan. Second, it proves that you are an uncultured hooligan. Third, girls will never go to a bar with this kind of uncultured and unclassy hooligan. I am talking about good girls. If you throw out 1,000,000, there will still be a lot of bad women who are willing to be inhuman for you. Everyone looked at Fang Yan with wide eyes, as if they were looking at a dinosaur from Jurassic World. This guy doesn't want to live, right? Kong Jiangwo's friends thought. This guy definitely doesn't want to live. Kong Jiangwo thought. Brother Fang Yan is so interesting. Bai Jie's annoyance turned into a blush, and she looked at Fang Yan without blinking. This kid. The man raised his head to look at Fang Yan for a while, and then lowered his head to eat his noodles. For an old man like him, there really weren't many things in this world that could surprise him. Even when his disciple Bai Xiu was killed by Fang Yan, he only sat there in a daze for a while before understanding many things. Brother Jiangwo. Sissy couldn't help but remind Kong Jiangwo when he saw him standing there in a daze. Why don't you say something? Scold whatever you want, and do whatever you want, we will help you. Don't stifle yourself to death. Kong Jiangwo was indeed about to be suffocated by Fang Yan's words. He was angry. He was furious. He felt that he had lost face. It wasn't easy for him to say such a humorous sentence. In order to leave a deep impression on Bai Jie, he thought about his first line for 3 days and 3 nights. How could it be criticized by this kid as worthless? Not only was it worthless, but he also said that he was a hooligan. Yes, he was indeed a hooligan. He didn't deny this. There was nothing wrong with being a hooligan. There was beer to drink, skewers to eat, no need to clock in every day, and no need to be pressured by the boss. However, saying that he was an uncultured hooligan was a slap in the face. Who's uncultured? Who's uncultured? I don't King have anything else but culture. Kong Jiangwo's face turned from white to black, from black to purple, and finally from purple to crimson. His expression was ferocious, and his eyes were fierce. He clenched his big hand on Fang Yan's shoulder and said while gritting his teeth, "You said that I'm uncultured, you said that I have no style. I want to see if you have any culture, if you have any style. When we fight later, don't cry." Bai Jie was anxious and shouted, "Kong Jiangwo, let go of me. If you don't stop, I will call the police." Then call the police. Who do you think the police will help when they come? Kong Jiangwo suddenly turned around and looked at Bai Jie like a vicious dog. He scolded, "Little bitch, sooner or later, I will force myself on you." A person's lack of culture and style would also be reflected in this aspect. He would turn hostile whenever he wanted. Because he had no faith in his heart, he didn't care about credibility. Except for the fear of violence, everything else was bullshit to him. They could be trampled and violated. Bai Jie wasn't used to this kind of dialogue. She opened her mouth, but she didn't know what more powerful words to refute Kong Jiangwo. He could scold her as a little bitch and say things like, "Sooner or later, I will force myself on you." However, she couldn't scold Kong Jiangwo as a big bitch and, sooner or later, I will force myself on you. If she really scolded him like that, Kong Jiangwo should be happy, right? In terms of scolding, women were born weak. The man raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't think it was a big deal. He didn't even put Kong Jiangwo and the other little trash in his eyes. However, he didn't like others scolding Bai Jie. Because he really liked this little girl who always acted coquettishly or sulked at him. He treated this girl like his own granddaughter. This kind of feeling was even deeper than his feelings for Bai Xiu. He hoped that Bai Xiu could become a talent, could become a teacher of Swallow Dock, and could become a pillar of the country. However, when facing Bai Jie, he had no hope. He only hoped that she could be happy. Therefore, he raised his head and looked at Fang Yan again. What he meant was, kid, don't quarrel when you can fight. It's okay, Fang Yan looked at Bai Jie, whose face was red and eyes were filled with tears of grievance, and comforted her with a smile. Don't be fooled by this guy's fat head and big ears. In fact, his body doesn't have much strength at all. His hand was on my shoulder for a long time, but he was actually massaging me. Hearing Fang Yan's words, Bai Jie's tears turned into a smile. She reminded him, be careful, the others weren't happy. The pretty boy looked at Fang Yan with jealousy and said in a resentful voice, Brother Jiangwo, can you use more strength? Don't tell me you've fallen in love with this pretty boy. Look, he has a sharp tongue and doesn't know how to serve people at all. He's not worthy of you at all. Jiangwo, if you don't have strength, let me help you. The swindler in a Taoist robe said aloud. They all knew Kong Jiangwo's strength. Kong Jiangwo used so much strength for a long time, but the kid didn't even kneel down and beg for mercy. He didn't even show an expression of discomfort. Wasn't the truth in front of them? Kong Jiangwo threw the match. *CK your grandma. Kong Jiangwo couldn't stand Fang Yan's sarcasm, and he didn't want to be looked down by his companions. He grabbed Fang Yan's shoulder with one hand, holding him so that he couldn't get up or struggle. His other hand clenched into a fist and smashed fiercely towards Fang Yan's head. Who? The wind from the fist blew. Ah! Bai Jie was so scared that she closed her eyes. Silence. Dead silence. Bai Jie opened her eyes in confusion and found that Kong Jiangwo's fist was caught in Fang Yan's palm. Bai Jie's small mouth turned into an O shape as she looked at everything that happened in front of her in astonishment. Big brother Fang Yan, you look very powerful. Fang Yan looked at Kong Jiangwo's fat face in front of him and said with a smile, can't you use a little more strength? Bah! Kong Jiangwo spat at Fang Yan's bowl of noodles. Fang Yan stared at this scene with his eyes wide open. He didn't have time to stop it, nor did he think about intercepting it. He really couldn't understand, how could a righteous hooligan do such a disgusting thing? You're really... Fang Yan weighed the words in his heart and said, a pile of stinking mud. Fang Yan grabbed Kong Jiangwo's wrist and began to exert force. Kong Jiangwo once again heard his fingers cracking. His expression became hideous and distorted again, and large beads of sweat began to drip from his forehead. Let go. Kong Jiangwo endured the pain in his hand and put on an expression that he could completely endure it. This was a move he learned from Fang Yan. He said calmly, let go. Of course, Fang Yan wouldn't let go. You bullied Bai Xiu's sister. Although I feel a little uncomfortable, I also feel a little happy. Who asked her to be Bai Xiu's sister? But, you spat in my bowl, this is unacceptable. Fang Yan continued to exert force, and Kong Jiangwo's hand continued to make cracking sounds. But this time, it was not as clear as before. All that could be heard were intermittent muffled sounds, as if the bones deep in the flesh were bursting. Let go. Kong Jiangwo couldn't hold it anymore. He was not only sweating, but also crying. Kong Jiangwo, who had just said to Fang Yan, don't cry later, was crying. He was sobbing and looked heartbroken. Dad, please let go. Dad, I was wrong. I know I was wrong, I won't dare to do it again, Grandpa. 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 Kong Jiangwo didn't continue to call Fang Yan ancestor, because as he spoke, his body began to tremble. Then, his vision darkened, and he fell straight on the floor. Bang! Kong Jiangwo's huge body smashed on the floor tiles of the noodle house, and several cracks appeared on the floor tiles. Fang Yan was shocked. If this guy said that he didn't practice the iron plate skill, it would really be unbelievable. Chapter 693. Kong Jiangwo's fist had become a fist, and it would always be a fist. The bones in his palm had been deformed by Fang Yan. Even the most brilliant surgeon would not be able to restore his fist. It was precisely because of this that he simply died from the pain. Towards bad people, Fang Yan was indeed not as kind and benevolent as he appeared to be. Kong Jiangwo fell to the ground unconscious. Kong Jiangwo's companions were all shocked. The sissy ran over and shook Kong Jiangwo's body with all his might. His voice was shrill as he shouted, "Brother Jiangwo! Brother Jiangwo!" He raised his head to look at Fang Yan. With a fierce expression, he roared, "Brother Jiangwo is dead. I don't want to live anymore. I want to fight you to the death." He waved his claws and pounced toward the direction where Fang Yan was sitting. Bang! Fang Yan kicked him, and the sissy's body rolled non-stop in the noodle shop. Crack, crack, his body crashed into the leg of another table. Perhaps it was because Fang Yan used too much force, or perhaps it was because the table leg had not been maintained for a long time. With a kacha sound, the table leg broke into two. Crash! The bottles of soy sauce, vinegar, chili sauce and other condiments on the table all fell down, hitting the sissy's face and body. His eyes were splashed by the chili sauce and he desperately rubbed them with both hands while screaming like a pig being butchered. The moment he rubbed them, the sound of his screams became even more unbearable to listen to. Fang Yan stared at him coldly and said, "I'll remember you. Just now, you asked your brother Jiangwo to slap my face. Slap me shamelessly. At that time, I was thinking of slapping you shamelessly." In the end, Fang Yan did not slap the sissy's face. Because the sissy's face was covered with condiments, he had no way to do it. The Jianghu doctor turned around and wanted to run. Fang Yan's body leaped forward and grabbed the star moon Bodhi beads on his neck. After grabbing it, he exerted force and the beads broke. Crack, crack, the Bodhi seeds scattered on the ground, bouncing and bouncing non-stop. With this force, the quack doctor's body flew backward and fell heavily on the floor. Just as the quack doctor was about to get up, Fang Yan's foot had already stepped on his chest. "What do you want?" The quack doctor swallowed hard and said threateningly, "I'm telling you, you'd better not touch us. We have many brothers. You just said that if Jiangwo doesn't have the strength, you'll help him." Fang Yan looked at the quack doctor with a smile and asked aloud. "I was just saying." The quack doctor quickly quibbled and said, "I'm a monk. I've never fought with anyone before. Why would I hit you? I was just joking with you." Fang Yan frowned and said, "My two masters are also monks. He saved my life, then we're a family." The quack doctor was happy and quickly tried to get close to him. "If they know that there's a scum like you among the monks, they'll definitely take care of you personally." Fang Yan said, "I want to discuss something with you. Can you not wear a Taoist robe when you go out in the future? It's fine if you wear a Taoist robe, but you also wear a string of Bodhi beads. Your appearance is too ugly and your taste is too low. It will lower the overall appearance and aesthetic taste of our Tao sect." "No problem. No problem. I won't wear it in the future. I definitely won't wear it." The quack doctor quickly agreed. Not to mention that he didn't wear a Taoist robe. Even if Fang Yan asked him not to wear clothes in the future, he wouldn't refuse at this time. "You agreed so readily. It's obviously perfunctory," Fang Yan said. "I hate it when people are perfunctory. His toes twisted in the middle of the quack doctor's chest, and then 2 of the quack doctor's ribs were broken. He was lying on the floor like a dead fish. There were many questions that he didn't understand. The others wanted to escape, but Fang Yan shouted, "Come back." So, everyone stopped at the door and didn't dare to move. "Are you going to leave like this?" Fang Yan asked coldly. Plop, the long-haired little gangster knelt on the ground, kowtowed, and begged for mercy, saying, "Grandpa, Grandpa, we were wrong. We kicked an iron plate this time. Please forgive us, please, we won't dare to do it again." Then he kowtowed to Bai Jia and said, "Miss Bai Jia, please help us. We owe you a favor. We won't dare to harass you again. If you have any difficulties, just say it to us." Bai Jia bit her lower lip and didn't speak up for this group of gangsters. 2 more people knelt down. They didn't want to have their bones broken like Kong Jiangwo and the quack doctor. There were also 2 guys who had the spirit of not kneeling down and kowtowing even if their heads were broken and their blood flowed. Although they were full of fear for Fang Yan's means, they still stood proudly, their calves were shaking non-stop. "Whoever threw the trash can take it away." Fang Yan pointed to Kong Gujian and the quack doctor who were lying on the floor and said fiercely, "Take them away from me, don't affect our appetite." The group of gangsters didn't dare to refute. They quickly helped Kong Gujian and the quack doctor to carry them out. "Hey, you guys wait for me." The sissy got up from the ground and chased outside. Opposite the bowl of Zhejiang Noodles restaurant was a dilapidated tea house. On the 2nd floor, near the window, a man wearing a baseball cap saw the ruffians fleeing in panic. He took out 100 yuan and placed it on the table. Then, he went downstairs and walked in the opposite direction of the ruffians. He was like a bystander watching an interesting play. When all the gangsters left, Bai Jia walked in front of Fang Yan and said gratefully, "Big brother Fang Yan, thank you. Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Fang Yan smiled and shook his head. "Big brother Fang Yan, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. With just one move, you knocked down all the bad guys." The little girl confirmed that Fang Yan was really fine and became happy again. She said, "Kong Jiangwo and the others are too bad. Relying on their connections, they usually swagger around on this street. Before this, they came several times. Every time, they wanted to make a move on people. So annoying, they won't come looking for you in the future." Fang Yan said with a smile. "And?" The little girl nodded seriously and said, "Big brother Fang Yan taught them a lesson today. They won't dare to come again in the future." Knowing that Fang Yan's bowl of noodles was spat on, Bai Jia said, "Big brother Fang Yan, I'll ask Grandpa to make another bowl of Zhejiang noodles for you. Don't eat this bowl. Let's go. I'll take you to the backyard to wash your hands." Fang Yan nodded and followed Bai Jia to the backyard. While the teacher was eating the noodles, an old man with an apron around his neck sat opposite the teacher. "Bai Xiu was killed by this kid?" the old man asked in a deep voice. His face was as black as iron. There was no expression of sadness or joy on his face. "His name is Fang Yan." The teacher put down the chopsticks in his hand, sighed softly, and said, "Like Bai Xiu, he is the most outstanding young man in Swallow Fort. What a pity. Just now, I thought of poisoning the bowl of noodles." The old man said. The teacher nodded and said, "I know. I also had this worry, so after the noodles came, I tasted them first. That kid was brought by me. Even if there was poison, I had to taste the poison for him first. I've eaten your Zhejiang noodles for decades. If there's any strange smell, I can easily tell. You can't fool me. I knew you would taste the poison for him, so I held back and didn't poison it." The old man said. "I don't blame him. But I just want him to die. What happens after he dies?" The teacher's expression was calm, as if everyone was discussing a very insignificant matter. "What happens after he dies? Will there be anyone from your Bai family who can survive? You know Bai Xiu's ability. Even he couldn't touch Fang Yan. Bai Xiu was killed by him. You can imagine what kind of scheming methods this kid has. I brought him to see Jiang Shifu. I brought him to see the old chief. After thinking about it, I brought him to see you guys. Why did I bring him here? Because I'm afraid. Bai Xiu killed his father. If he wants to destroy your Bai family, then he can really destroy your Bai family. Bai Xiu is the only male in the Bai family. The old man said. He killed Bai Xiu, which is equivalent to destroying our Bai family. Silly. The teacher scolded in a low voice. What about Bai Jie? Isn't he a child of your Bai family? Besides, it's not easy to have a grandson. Quan Man and Shuzhen aren't that old. At worst, we can just have another child. These people aren't from your Bai family. Because of this idiot Bai Xiu, you're going to sacrifice all of their lives. The old man was scolded by the teacher and remained silent. Fortunately, you didn't poison the noodles just now. The teacher said, otherwise, your Bai family would really have no way to survive. You saw what happened just now. This kid doesn't hold back at all. He definitely won't give others a second chance. He's ruthless. Even you can't protect us. I'm old. The teacher raised his head and smiled bitterly. Shuang Long, we're all old. If you have time, go see the old chief. He's also old. He knows about Bai Xiu, but he didn't say a word. He praised Fang Yan, said that he's a good kid, and told him to keep in touch with Jianjun. He accepted Fang Yan and acknowledged Fang Yan. If there's no accident, Fang Yan is the teacher of Swallow Dock. The new teacher. Bai Xiu died in vain. The old man muttered to himself. Chapter 694. Bai Xiu died in vain, the teacher echoed. I have a son and a daughter-in-law. We can have more grandchildren. I have a granddaughter. At worst, I can let my grandson-in-law marry into our Bai family. I can always think of a way to carry on the family line. It doesn't matter. The old man rubbed the flour on his palms and said, but Bai Xiu can't die in vain. Bai Xiu already died in vain, the teacher said coldly. If you dare to do anything, I'll kill you first before Fang Yan does anything, so as not to harm my granddaughter, then Bai Xiu can only die in vain? Big tears fell from the old man's eyes. How can he die in vain? What else can he do? Bai Xiu wanted to kill someone, but his skill was inferior. What else can he do? Why did I bring Fang Yan here? Do I really want to eat this bowl of noodles from your family? I want him to see with his own eyes what the Bai family has become. The Bai family is no longer a threat to him. We won't bring him any danger. I brought him here and let him see with his own eyes. It's countless times better than him coming here himself or sending people to find him. With me by his side, whatever he wants to do, he'll more or less consider this old man's feelings. If he comes here himself, if his friends come here, do you think the Bai family can survive? Things that can be solved with one sentence. Why did I force him to give little Bai a small gift? I was thinking if I should let them recognize a brother and sister. I just want him to have a good relationship with the Bai family. In the future, no matter what he does, he will think a little more, and he will also know how to hold back. Even if the Bai family is in trouble, he will still lend a hand. Fang Yan is a good child. If he wasn't forced into a corner, he wouldn't do anything to hurt people. Double Dragon, this is the best result. You can't ruin things in the middle. Bai Xiu died in vain. The old man sighed, got up, and walked towards the back of the kitchen. Another bowl of noodles, the teacher said. Zhajiang noodles without poison. The old man didn't say anything. The teacher put down his chopsticks and looked at the bowl of noodles in a daze. No one knew what he was thinking. This time, he could only eat half a bowl of Zhajiang noodles. After eating another bowl of Bai Xiu's fried paste noodles, Fang Yan and the teacher left together. Fang Yan wanted to pay the bill, but Bai Jie refused. Big brother Fang Yan, you gave me meteor and helped me so much. This bowl of noodles is on me. Bai Jie was so anxious that her face was red. She kept waving at Fang Yan, for fear that Fang Yan would put down the money in his hand. Fang Yan looked at her delicate and flawless face, nodded and said, "All right. Thank you, Bai Jie. Your family's Zhejiang noodles are very delicious." Bai Jie grinned, waved her hand and said, "It's what I should do." Brother Fang Yan, where do you usually live? Is it in Beijing? Fang Yan looked at Bai Jie and asked, "What's the matter?" Bai Jie's expression was bashful as she said with some embarrassment, I think I can look for you if there's anything in the future. If those hoodlums come again, I can also ask you for help. Can you give me your cell number?" Fang Yan looked at the teacher, who nodded at him. Fang Yan had no choice but to say, "Sure." Bai Jie happily took out a white mobile phone from her pocket and said, "Big brother Fang Yan, what's your cell number? I'll call you." Fang Yan told her his cell number, and Bai Jie dialed it. Shortly after, the mobile phone in Fang Yan's pocket rang. "My name is Bai Jie." Bai Jie grinned and said, "Big brother Fang Yan, please remember my number." "That's right, I also have a brother named Bai Xiu. He's very handsome, but he rarely goes home. He's teaching in a village. I can introduce him to you in the future." Wang Yao said. "All right." Fang Yan nodded. He knew that Bai Jie shouldn't know the identity of her brother, nor her brother's situation at this time. If she knew that her brother, Bai Xiu, had been killed by him, she wouldn't call him Big Brother Fang Yan anymore, right? One day, she would know. At that time, what kind of eyes would she look at him with? Fang Yan was really looking forward to it. "I think you two are the same kind of people. You can definitely be friends when you meet," Bai Jie said. Fang Yan smiled and said, "I hope so." If he really was friends with Bai Xiu, it would be a blessing. At least, in that case, his father wouldn't die. He would still be alive, still facing him with that cold and stiff face, saying some lessons that even he himself couldn't believe. Fang Yan and the teacher walked away, but Bai Jie still stood at the door and waved at them. Fang Yan turned around and looked. The little girl seemed to be frightened as she hurriedly turned around and ran back. Her head accidentally hit the glass door, causing her to scream in pain. Fang Yan laughed loudly, and his mood finally became a lot more relaxed. The teacher looked at the laughing Fang Yan, and a smile also appeared on the corner of his mouth. "You don't hate me?" "Hate you? Hate you for what?" Fang Yan asked aloud. "Bring you to the Bai family, bring you to meet Bai Xiu's family, and use my own way to forcibly change your will," the teacher said. "That's just anger, not hate you." Fang Yan thought for a moment, then looked at the teacher and said, "Moreover, I put myself in your shoes. If I were in your shoes, maybe I would do the same thing as you. People must know how to put themselves in other people's shoes. After putting yourself in other people's shoes, your mind will become a lot more open. Because many times, we can easily become another person. A person that we originally didn't like." The teacher sighed and said, "It's best that you have this idea." He looked thoughtfully at Fang Yan's expression at this moment and said, "The Bai family almost poisoned the noodle bowl, I know." Fang Yan said. "How do you know? Don't you think it's too strange?" Fang Yan said with a smile, "As soon as you walked into the noodle house, Bai Jie came out to greet you, proving that you are a regular customer of the Bai family's noodle house. However, from beginning to end, except for Bai Jie who was busy going back and forth in the Bai family noodle house, no one else came out. According to etiquette, when you came over, they should come out to greet you. In the end, those hooligans provoked and even said such shameless words, but no one from the Bai family stood up for Bai Jie. The reason why I didn't immediately make a move was because I wanted to wait and see how they would deal with this matter. In the end, until the end, I didn't see them appear. When things are abnormal, there must be a reason. At that time, I knew that they had the intention to kill in their hearts. The reason why they didn't want to come out to greet you, the reason why they didn't want to stand up to help Bai Jia, maybe there was only one reason. They wanted to kill. If they wanted to kill, they couldn't easily stand up. Because they knew who I was, they were worried that they would reveal their resentment when they saw me. They were worried that I would see through the means they were about to use. They knew that they couldn't beat me, so the best way to kill me was naturally to poison the noodle house. So, they dared not come out to see you, or dared not come out to see me. The teacher was silent for a long time and said, "It's precisely because of this, because nothing can be hidden from you, so I told them not to provoke you." At this time, they had no ability to protect themselves. Only I sold my old face to support them. Fang Yan looked at the teacher and said, "Sir, there's one thing you're wrong about." "What's wrong?" "You don't know me well enough." Fang Yan said. "For example?" "Many people think that Bai Xiao and I are the same kind of person, and Bai Jia also thinks that I am the same kind of person as her brother, but I am not the same kind of person as him. My nature is good, and my heart is peace-loving. I won't harm people's lives and break up their families because of interests or other trivial things. I want everyone to live and live well. I know that every debt has a debtor. Bai Xiao killed my father, so I have to kill Bai Xiao. No matter what, I have to kill Bai Xiao. No matter who interceded in the middle, I have to kill Bai Xiao. But I won't kill his parents and family just because he killed my father. If I did that, I would become another Bai Xiao, speaking of which, I suffered a big loss. If someone said that they would kill your family, they would kill your family, but you could only find the real murderer to take revenge. But, aren't good people often at a disadvantage? If no one was willing to suffer a loss. If someone scolded you, you would scold that person's entire family. If someone accidentally hit your family with a car, you would hit that person's entire family. If someone hurt your family, you would kill that person's entire family. How could that be considered a normal person? This is a homicidal maniac that everyone is afraid of. I think Wen Wan will not fall in love with such a man, and you dare not give the position of Swallow Fort teacher to such a person, right?" Fang Yan looked at the teacher, looked at his old face, and said in a deep voice, "How can there be real revenge in this world? At most, it's just revenge. The victim always suffers more. Because, if there is a choice, most people hope that nothing has happened, and that the people they care about the most are still living happily and healthily." Chapter 695. Junling, a famous celebrity clubhouse in Yanjing. The clubhouse was founded by Hua Xia's piano goddess, Li Junling, with an actual usable area of 3,000 square meters. The clubhouse was divided into 4 areas, designed according to the 4 themes of Scotch whiskey, red wine, Japanese food, and cocktails. On the side of the bar in the cocktail area, there was a performance stage with advanced sound equipment. On it was a Steinway ruby and ebony piano worth 1.5 million. Li Junling, the piano goddess, would also hold small concerts here from time to time. After the performance, there was no need for any post-processing, and it could be directly recorded into a CD. In addition, in the hotel next to it, there were also supporting facilities such as a spa and a gym, fully satisfying the various needs of the rich for enjoyment and privacy. Of course, it was not easy to enter here. Not only did one need to have a certain status, but they also needed to pay hundreds of thousands of membership fees every year. Fang Yan stood at the entrance of Junling Clubhouse. A handsome greeter in a black suit immediately came over and said respectfully, "Sir, how can I help you?" Fang Yan looked at him in surprise and said, "You don't look down on me?" Fang Yan had read a lot of novels. In the novels, when the hero dressed like a loser went to a more luxurious place, he would always encounter all kinds of contempt from the security guards or greeters at the door. Fang Yan was also dressed very ordinarily today. Why was this handsome greeter so polite to him? It was not scientific. The smile on the greeter's face stiffened, but he still tried to squeeze out a smile and said, "Sir, how could you have such a thought? Every guest who comes is a distinguished guest of Junling. We should give the most sincere and warm service. How could there be such a thing as looking down on me?" Pfft, a woman behind him couldn't help laughing. Li Junling, who was wearing a red dress and had her hair permed into small waves, walked over in silver stilettos. She looked at Fang Yan and said, "Sir, is this your first time coming to Junling?" Fang Yan stared at her warily and said, "Do you want to look down on me? I've read about it in books. It's not the security guards who look down on us, it's the unruly ladies in the club who look down on us." Li Junling was once again amused and giggled. She looked at Fang Yan with gentle and charming eyes and said, "Sir, you're really too funny. I'm not trying to make things difficult for you, and I don't look down on you at all. Moreover, I sincerely want to be friends with you." She took the initiative to extend her little hand to Fang Yan and said, "I'm Li Junling. May I know how to address you, sir?" Fang Yan didn't immediately hold her pair of spotlessly white and flawless small hands that were worth millions of gold, rather he carefully examined them, repeatedly praising them, saying, "White and tender skin, slender finger bones, each finger extremely rich in tensile strength, soft yet not lacking in strength, this is the world's rarely seen, flux hand. It's just like the bowstring of an arrow. When it's pulled, it can make a clanging sound, and it's full of strength." Fang Yan raised his head to look at Li Junling and said with a smile, "No wonder you can become a piano expert, God has given you a pair of enviable hands." Li Junling looked at Fang Yan in astonishment and said, "Sir, you know this is a flux hand?" "I know a little." Fang Yan nodded. Li Junling's heart was in turmoil, and she asked excitedly, "Sir, are you also a person of the same profession?" Fang Yan waved his hand and said, "I only understand appreciation, but I don't understand music." Seeing that Li Junling still extended her hand, Fang Yan held her small hand and gently shook it. "Then sir is?" "Teacher." Fang Yan said. "I used to be a teacher, but now I'm a security guard." The handsome receptionist next to them looked over with a face full of astonishment, and then quickly turned his line of sight back. He thought, "Do you think we're idiots? Which security guard could make the piano goddess, Li Junling, tremble with just a few words? Which security guard has the courage to run to the entrance of Junling Club to pick up girls?" Fang Yan noticed the expression on the handsome receptionist's face, patted his shoulder and said, "Don't be suspicious, in fact, we are in the same profession, but your place of work is the club, and my place of work is the school." Li Junling pursed her lips and smiled tenderly. She was experienced and knowledgeable, so she simply didn't believe Fang Yan's nonsense. But, looking at Fang Yan speaking such nonsense with a deadpan expression that no one would believe, it was quite interesting. Moreover, he actually knew about flux hand. Just based on this point, she should regard him as an honored guest of Junling Club. "Sir, don't joke around," the handsome receptionist said with an embarrassed face. Being teased by a man in front of his female boss, he really wasn't used to it. "I'm not joking," Fang Yan said. Li Junling looked at Fang Yan and said, "Sir, I have already introduced myself, but you still haven't told me your name. This is very ungentlemanly behavior." "Fang Yan," Fang Yan said with a smile, "Fang as in Fang, Yan as in two flames. Even if I told you, you wouldn't have heard of it, so I thought that telling you my name would be meaningless. Every day, there are so many people introducing themselves to a beauty like you, so how could you remember such an insignificant person like me?" Fang Yan. Luqi's close friend Fang Yan. Li Junling stared at Fang Yan with wide eyes. Luqi's close friend? Fang Yan was surprised, and said with a bitter smile, "What do you mean? Don't you know? The matter of Luqi specially going to Huaqing to see you has already spread throughout Yanjing. Many people say that you and Mr. Luqi, say that you have a close relationship, and that you might be lovers. His courtship failed, and in his grief, he left his work in the Blue Sky Club. I still want to go to the Blue Sky Club to see Mr. Luqi's masterpiece. This time, it was Fang Yan's turn to stare with wide eyes and said, how can you casually slander someone's innocence? But Mr. Luqi has never denied it. I'm saying that you're slandering my innocence, Fang Yan said angrily. I'm someone with a girlfriend. Li Junling no longer knew how to describe her feelings. To borrow a phrase she had accidentally seen in an airplane magazine, it was, 10,000 alpacas are galloping in her heart. The person he was rumored to be Luqi, one of the 7 fanatics of Huaxia. Although she was somewhat famous in the world of the piano and was even praised as the piano goddess of Huaxia, she knew very well that she was still several Li Boyongs inferior to Luqi. Oh, Li Boyong was her father. I have to talk to Lu Yun, Fang Yan said. If you're not prepared to give me a status, you can't casually use my reputation. An invisible posturing was the most fatal. Li Junling thought to herself that those scions who often flaunted their luxury cars and mansions around her were nothing compared to Fang Yan. No matter how many sports cars and villas you have, do you have the ability to be friends with Luqi? If you have the ability, go and spread a rumor with Luqi. Li Junling looked at Fang Yan and asked with a smile, Mr. Fang, are you here to meet a friend? Yes. Fang Yan nodded and said, I have a friend inside. I'll take you in, Li Junling said with a smile. Which friend do you want to see? Don't tell me that Mr. Luqi is inside. I'll be so excited that I was lucky enough to hear her play once and became her brainless fan on the spot. It's the Arasima duo, Fang Yan said with a smile. Oh, a beautiful girl duo. So you like this type? Li Junling teased. The two of them have been especially popular in recent years. No matter how popular they are still my students, Fang Yan said with a smile. Li Junling nodded and said, I know. You have indeed been a teacher, and they are really your students. Xia Tian and I are good sisters. She has told me a lot of things. Fang Yan nodded and said, the entertainment circle is only so big. It's understandable that you are familiar with each other. Which box are they in? In Autumn Whispers, Fang Yan said. What a strange name. This is a very famous piano song and one of my favorite piano songs, Li Junling explained. There are only 7 boxes in the Junling Club, and the name of each box is named after a world-famous song. For example, Croatian Rhapsody, For Alice, Starry Sky, and other songs. That's really creative, Fang Yan said with a smile. Li Junling's popularity was excellent. Everyone who saw her would take the initiative to say hello to her. Even some people who sat far away would wave at her from afar. Li Junling's attitude was amiable, and he responded gracefully without losing his distance. Under the guidance of Li Junling, Fang Yan soon came to the door of the Autumn Whispers box. Before Fang Yan had time to open the door of the box, Jiang Qin had already jumped up from the brown leather sofa, ran over and hugged Fang Yan's arm, and shouted, Mr. Fang, you are finally here. Yuan Lin and I have been waiting for you for an hour. There are still guests. Fang Yan said embarrassedly. Although they hadn't seen each other for a long time, Jiang Qin's attachment to him still hadn't changed. She saw that he was still throwing himself at her like a few years ago. Perhaps, in her heart, he would always be the young and handsome male teacher who liked to wear a white shirt. Seeing Li Junling standing behind Fang Yan, Jiang Qin's face suddenly turned red. She quickly let go of Fang Yan's arm and took the initiative to greet Li Junling, saying, Sisterly, so you and Mr. Fang also know each other? I just met your Mr. Fang at the door. Li Junling said with a smile, still thinking about the scene she had just seen. Fang Yan said that he had a girlfriend. Could his girlfriend be Jiang Qin of the South Star Group? If that was the case, Fang Yan had already had a secret relationship with Jiang Qin when he was a teacher. Wasn't that a teacher-student relationship? This beast. Chapter 696. The cold wind was piercingly cold, and the glaciers stretched for thousands of miles. A puff of air, and that puff of air immediately condensed into mist. A pee, and while you were still peeing, the upper half was steaming, and the lower half was already frozen. Can you imagine what it feels like to hold a popsicle with your little penis? The land of extreme cold truly lived up to its name. This was the coldest place that Mo Qingdi knew of. Mo Qingdi felt a little sad. He never thought that he would be the mistress of an animal. At this moment, he was lying on a soft mattress woven from the fur of a snow wolf, making afternoon tea and pastries with all kinds of rare and exotic treasures, and admiring the crystal-clear inverted icicles hanging on the ceiling of the cave. It had to be said that Mo Qingdi's life at this moment was really good. Ever since he and his boyfriend, Ice Dragon, had argued countless times, Ice Dragon had finally realized that humans couldn't just eat one type of fruit. When they ate lava fruits, they also needed to eat other foods to change their taste. Thus, Mo Qingdi's 3 meals a day were lava fruits with baby ginseng, lava fruits with 9-petal snow lotus, lava fruits with red silk fish, and lava fruits with snow snake meat. Every meal was inseparable from lava fruits. However, there were other foods that could be changed, and Mo Qingdi himself was not a very picky man, so he was not dissatisfied with these 3 meals. Not only was he not picky, he was even grateful. Before he met Ice Dragon, he did not have such a standard of living. Treasures like baby ginseng and 9 petals snow lotus, he did not even think about or see them. Fortunately, there was Ice Dragon, and fortunately, there was this little transparent dog. Dragons were all rich, and every dragon had its own treasure vault. Even though Mo Qingdi had never been inside, he knew that this ice dragon was just as rich as the 4 seas. Otherwise, how could he continuously bring out so many precious ingredients from the cave? Other than the few things that Mo Qingdi often ate, there were also some new things that made one's eyes light up. The red silk bean, the white transparent volcano scorpion, all of these tasted pretty good, but they were very rare, and could only be eaten occasionally. There were also some unsightly-looking things that Mo Qingdi found hard to swallow. After Mo Qingdi made a gesture to Ice Dragon to indicate that he was not blessed enough to enjoy those things, Ice Dragon did not hold back and swallowed them into his stomach with a curl of his tongue. Living a comfortable life with a gentle and considerate boyfriend, although his appearance was a bit weird. But, was this the happiness she wanted? How is Fang Yan now? How is the Fang family now? Has Fang Yixing been avenged? Every day, Mo Qingdi would ponder these questions. Mo Qingdi still wanted to go back, even though he had once thought that this place of extreme coldness was very suitable for him to use as a burial ground. Go back to the flashes of swords, go back to the hatred of the country, go back to the laughter and tears, go back to Fang Yan and see how the guy who he had treated and nurtured like his own son was doing now. Isn't it too hard for one person to bear the family name alone? If you really feel tired, then just abandon everything and live a carefree life. He wanted to go back and say those words to him, he wanted him to put down his burden and run towards a new life. But, he was very clear that he would not be of much help to Fang Yan if he went back with this broken body. Moreover, a lot of hatred was caused by him. If he went back, he would definitely attract the attention of those people. They would also follow him, and Fang Yan's situation would be even more difficult, wouldn't it? He needed the ice dragon's blood, he needed the ice dragon's tendon. At least, that was what that wretched doctor told him. But, how could he lay his hands on his savior, Ice Dragon? When it looked at him with a face full of resentment, it always made Mo Qingdi think of it as the image of Fang Yan. No matter what, he could not bear to lay his hands on it. But, Mo Qingdi did not give up just because of this. For example, he pricked up his ears and listened carefully to make sure that Ice Dragon was not in the cave. He quickly stuffed the half of the ginseng fruit in his hand into his mouth, got up and walked towards the depths of the cave. It was not the first time that Mo Qingdi wanted to break into Ice Dragon's cave to see what was going on, but every time, he would be discovered by Ice Dragon. It stood in front of Mo Qingdi, its small eyes staring at him without blinking, as if it was saying to him, "Don't go in, okay." Every time he encountered such a situation, Mo Qingdi would smile apologetically at it, then turn around and go back. Ice Dragon acted as if nothing had happened, shaking its head as it followed behind him. When it was cold, it would bring him a piece of snow wolf skin. When it was hungry, it would bring him his favorite red lava fruit. What was in Ice Dragon's treasury? Was there a treasure that could heal his broken meridians? Mo Qingdi wanted to go and see, so he had to go and see. He knew that this was very impolite, and very immoral. If there were storytellers in the Ice Dragon realm, they would probably have a story similar to Mr. Dong Gua and the Wolf. Once upon a time, there was a cute and kind ice dragon. His name was Mr. Dong Gua. One day, when he was out foraging for food, he suddenly encountered a volcanic eruption. As he ran for his life, he found a human who was also running for his life. In the end, that cruel and shameless human stole his treasure, leaving him penniless. After a period of recuperation, as well as the nourishment of all kinds of nutritious food every day, Mo Qingdi's body had recovered a lot, even stronger than when he first entered the land of extreme cold. When he was practicing martial arts in the morning, sometimes when he clenched his fist, he could even feel a faintly discernible flow of air in his body. Of course, when he wanted to carefully feel it, the flow of air would quickly disappear. He was sure that it was not an illusion. Perhaps it was the effect of those rare fruits. He had indeed recovered some of his strength. Some of the small meridians had already been opened, but the main artery was still broken. Air could not enter, like mud sinking into the sea, unable to make any waves. Mo Qingdi's movements were very fast, his feet lightly bounced on the ground, and his body had already scurried far away. His body was almost floating in the wind, a little like he was riding the wind. After spending so much time with that little transparent dog, even the way he walked was somewhat similar to it. Although Mo Qingdi had never successfully entered the Ice Dragon's treasure cave, he could roughly guess where it was located. Moreover, he had done countless calculations, and according to the Ice Dragon's usual speed, and the time it took for it to enter the cave to retrieve the fruits, he could roughly estimate the distance. The cave was deep and narrow, and the deeper he went, the gloomier and colder it became. On both sides of the cave, as well as the ceiling, there were ice sculptures. Those icicles were of different sizes, long or short, thick or thin, in all kinds of strange shapes, presenting a magical state in this dim light. Mo Qingdi was a skilled and daring person, so he was not afraid of these shadows and ice sculptures. But, he walked along this long and narrow passage for a long time, and still did not find the existence of any cave. Could it be that the Ice Dragon's intelligence was so high that it could set up a password or a secret door as a smokescreen? Mo Qingdi's hand touched the cold stone wall, and the icy touch spread throughout his body, but there was nothing he wanted. His hand stroked the stone wall all the way, some smooth, some protruding, but still could not find any cave that could be used to hide the treasure. Where is it? Mo Qingdi's eyes swept across the cave. He looked everywhere, and felt that everything was strange, but none of them was the place he was looking for. After walking for another 10 meters, a dark cold pond appeared. The pond water was silent, and completely dark. At first glance, it looked like a deep black hole, and there was no way to see what was inside. Mo Qingdi walked to the side of the pond, and before he even got close, a bone-chilling cold spread from the bottom of his heart. It was as if there was a prehistoric giant beast hiding in the cold water, and could swallow the intruder at any time. Mo Qingdi stared at the pond water, and after a long time, he suddenly threw himself into the cold pond. Splash! Water splashed everywhere. The moment Mo Qingdi fell into the water, it was as if someone had cast a freezing spell on his body. The muscles of his body contracted violently, and even his heart stopped beating. Cold. A cold that he had never experienced before. This kind of cold was beyond the limits of human endurance. The gentle and pervasive water was like a sharp knife, incessantly cutting into Mo Qingdi's body. It cut his face, his nose, his eyes, his arms and thighs, and every inch of his body. The icy cold water gushed into his body through his pores. Even the hairs on his body had turned into fine silver needles, stimulating every acupoint in his body with the needles. Because of the self-defense mechanism of his body, when Mo Qingdi fell into the water and was attacked by the cold, his body naturally curled into a ball, like a fried prawn in a pan of oil. When Mo Qingdi's brain gradually regained consciousness, when he was able to think, when he wanted to reach out and swim deeper into the cold pond, he found that his hands could not move, and his feet could not straighten. It was as if his whole body was frozen. He was like a zombie, immersed in the bone-chilling cold water, sinking all the way into the endless darkness. Chapter 697. Mo Qingdi did not know how long he had sunk. In his heart, it seemed as long as a century. The deeper he sank, the darker it became. This cold lake was unfathomable, almost making people wonder if he had crossed into another time and space. Perhaps the ice dragon was a freak from Jurassic World, and he had followed its footsteps into the dinosaur paradise, and every day he had to avoid the pursuit of various dragons and watch them kill each other. This kind of life really made people feel a little tired. Unable to speak, unable to move his hands and feet, surrounded by bone-chilling frozen water, every part of his body was undergoing this kind of continuous torture. It was really strange. Water at this temperature should have long been frozen. Why was there no ice floating on the surface of this lake? Weak water is not ice. Could this be the legendary weak water that will never freeze? Just as Mo Qingdi was thinking, suddenly there was a glimmer of light in front of him. In this dark and gloomy lake bottom, there was suddenly such a glimmer of light in front of him, like a drowning person grabbing a piece of wood, or a starving person begging for a bun. Whoosh! Mo Qingdi's body followed the undercurrent at the bottom of the lake towards the light, and then with a bang, he fell into a pool. Splash! Mo Qingdi's body fell into the pool, and then his head quickly floated up again. Only then did his bound hands and feet regain their freedom. Mo Qingdi had arrived in another world, but it was not the Jurassic Park that he had imagined, but after sinking to the bottom of the lake, following the undercurrent below, he entered a more open cave. A huge cave, the size of a basketball court. At this moment, Mo Qingdi was situated in a large pond. The pond was connected to the bottom of the frigid pond, and the spring in the frigid pond was constantly pouring water into the black pond. The water from the black pond was constantly flowing into the pond. This is the ice dragon's treasure vault. Mo Qingdi thought. Strangely shaped stones, huge icicles hanging upside down over his head, rushing water, and a world of ice and snow. It has to be said that there was really nothing to see in this extremely cold place. Other than ice and snow, there was only ice and snow, and cold wind and cold wind. If you accidentally see any bright colors, it is definitely a very rare lucky day of the year. Mo Qingdi climbed out of the ice pool, and then began to search the huge cave. He had a feeling he knew he was in the right place. Of course, the previous sentence was nonsense. This sentence was true as well. Although the cave was big, Mo Xiaodi's eyesight was better than others. Finding some things was not a difficult task for him. Soon, he found a vegetable garden in the northeast corner of the cave. It was a large patch of red, yellow, green, and purple, almost dazzling his eyes. Seeing that vegetable garden, even someone as knowledgeable as Mo Qingdi was momentarily stunned. It had to be said that in a place where even birds wouldn't poop, having such a vegetable garden was equivalent to Ma Yun having Taba, Ma Huatang having penguin, and Wang Xikong having Wang Jianlin in the human world. The ice dragon that Mo Qingdi knew was really a local tyrant dog in this land of extreme coldness. Baby ginseng grew the most. They grew irregularly all over the hillside, making it look like a radish field. There were also some 9-petal snow lotuses, very few in number, with a large blank space in the middle. Those blank spaces should have been snow lotuses, but because Mo Qingdi liked to eat them, they were all plucked by Ice Dragon. There was also the mountain of snow wolf meat. Last time when the pack of snow wolves came to provoke the Ice Dragon, that little transparent dog suddenly showed its power and annihilated the entire pack of snow wolves right in front of Mo Qingdi's eyes. Mo Qingdi's hands and feet turned cold when he saw that. If this dog suddenly wanted to change its lifestyle or change its taste by tasting human flesh, wouldn't he be dead for sure? Big and big red silk fish, big and big snow snakes, and a variety of fruits that Mo Qingdi had either eaten or never eaten before. Mo Qingdi felt an inexplicable sadness in his heart, thinking that it was no wonder that before he met Ice Dragon, he could not find any edible creatures in the ice field. Even those mutated rats could only be eaten in half at a time, and the other half would be frozen for the next meal. Now he knew that all the edible creatures in the ice field had been collected by Ice Dragon into his own treasure vault. It was said that dragons loved to collect things, and it seemed that the saying was true. Mo Qingdi naturally did not come here to look for food. Whatever he wanted to eat, Ice Dragon would not hesitate to send it to him. He had confidence in this. Ice Dragon was a very considerate dog. He walked in another direction and stopped at the entrance of a small cave. The reason why he stopped at the small cave was that he was attracted by the golden light inside. Diamonds, a lot of diamonds. White diamonds, red diamonds, yellow diamonds, green diamonds, blue diamonds, brown diamonds that were close to the color of stone, and some strange stones that were unknown but shining brightly. The dragon race liked sparkling things. They liked gold or diamonds. They liked anything that could shine. Although Mo Qingdi had always regarded Ice Dragon as an invisible little dog, he was still a side branch of the dragon race. He had many or all of the characteristics of the dragon race. Greed, lust. Of course, lust referred to his love of color. As for whether he was attracted to men or women, Mo Qingdi had not yet found out. Based on Mo Qingdi's mathematical skills, he made a preliminary calculation in his mind. If he brought all these diamonds back to Yanjing, he would definitely be able to sell them for an astronomical figure. As for how much that astronomical figure would be, he had no idea. Mo Qingdi stood at the entrance of the cave for a few seconds, then turned and left. Looking at the pile of stones, he was not as surprised as he was when he saw the vegetable field. Presumably, Fang Yan would like these stones more. Then, Mo Qingdi continued to walk along the small path. In the most secluded northwest corner, he found a cave blocked with stones. Because the stones blocking the door were not big, there were many gaps in the middle. Through these gaps, he could see light coming from inside the cave. Mo Qingdi peered through the gaps, but he saw nothing but light. This made Mo Qingdi feel very strange. The precious vegetable field and glittering stones were not sealed with stones, so why was this cave blocked with stones? Could it be that there were more precious treasures inside than the vegetable field and the diamonds? Without any hesitation, Mo Qingdi quickly removed the big stones blocking the entrance. When he stood in the middle of the cave and looked at the huge ice sculptures on both sides of the cave, he felt an indescribable sense of shock. Ice dragons. Huge ice dragons. These ice dragons were big and small. The big ones were as big as a yacht, and the small ones were as small as a fishing boat. They stood on both sides of the stone wall, frozen by ice and snow, eternally accompanying the sun, moon, and stars. 1, 2, 3, 4. The entire family of the ice dragons was buried here, right? Although these ice dragons had been dead for a long time, because of the ice and snow, they still looked lifelike. The huge ice dragons stood there with their chests puffed out, just like the proud look of the transparent little dog in front of Mo Qingdi, except that these ice dragons were more domineering and intimidating. Mo Qingdi had never had a clear concept of ice dragons. He thought that ice dragons were the transparent little dog that he knew now. They were like this when they were young, and they would still be like this when they grew up. Of course, because of the language barrier, he could not ask the transparent little dog if it was 3 years old, 13 years old, or 30 years old. He didn't expect that the little transparent dog that looked so weak to be so huge. It looked like a mutated monster. It was a dragon, a species that had the potential to grow into the shape of a dragon. There really are dragons in this world? Mo Qingdi stood there with a dull face, unable to believe the reality before his eyes. But they stood there, and as long as he took a few steps forward, he could reach out and touch their skin, their strong bodies, and their tall thighs that were almost as tall as a man. They were taller and more powerful than the biggest bear. They were the predators of this world. Fortunately, they lived in this land of extreme cold and not the human world. Fortunately, they were rare and could not reproduce in large numbers. Otherwise, it would be a disaster for the human world. Mo Qingdi's heart was beating wildly, and he could not stop swallowing his saliva. He took a few steps forward, walked in front of the largest and strongest ice dragon, and reached out to touch its body. Its body was still well preserved, its skin was transparent, and the meridians inside were vaguely visible. He did not know if there was still blood inside, but there should be. Because the temperature here was too low, it was possible that the moment the ice dragon died, the ice and snow immediately froze its entire body along with the blood inside. Is this the miracle I have been waiting for? Mo Qingdi's hand that was touching the ice dragon's body was trembling slightly. He could not do anything to the small ice dragon, but the tendons and blood of these ice dragons were still intact. Awoo! A shrill cry was heard. The transparent little dog stood at the entrance of the cave with a ferocious look on its face. Its legs were stretched forward, ready to pounce and bite. For it, Mo Qingdi's behavior had touched its reverse scale, even though it did not have a single scale on its body. Chapter 698. It was not easy to coax a beautiful woman to bed. Just as he was about to make love to her, her husband came in. Mo Qingdi's mood was exactly the same as that of a failed rapist. He needed the tendons of the ice dragon to reconnect his meridians, and he needed the blood of the ice dragon to forge his body. This was the reason why he traveled thousands of miles to this land of extreme cold. He could not lay his hands on his savior, the little ice dragon, so he could not recover, and he could not go back to Huaxia, to the Fang clan, and to Fang Yan's side. By chance, or it could be said that under Mo Qingdi's meticulous search, he finally found an opportunity to jump into the cold pond when the little ice dragon was out looking for food, and was then washed by the undercurrent to this huge treasure cave. He discovered the incomparably precious vegetable garden, he discovered the inexhaustible diamond vault, and he also discovered the ice dragon's graveyard, the place where the ice dragons hid their corpses. The ice dragon was an extremely rare and unfamiliar species. Even the ancient medical book, Records of Strange Things, only had a few words about it. Mo Qingdi was guided by the medical fanatic to search for the ice dragon, and he had the thought of dying in vain. However, he did not expect his luck to be so heaven-defying. He actually found the legendary ice dragon, and even found many ice dragons. Mo Qingdi wanted to hug the legs of the ice dragon and cry. His illness could finally be cured. He could not lay his hands on the little ice dragon, so he would put down a big one. He would pull out its tendons, drink its blood, and then quickly leave this land of extreme cold. After doing such a thing, he no longer had the face to face the cute resentful expression of the little transparent dog. Unexpectedly, before he could do such a thing, the little ice dragon had already rushed over, blocking the entrance of the tomb and howling at him. This was the first time the ice dragon had treated him with such a violent attitude. Even when they first met and were still strangers, it did not act like this. Roar! The ice dragon roared, and the sound lasted for a long time. The last time they were besieged by the pack of snow wolves, the ice dragon had also roared like this. But at that time, its roar was full of power and fighting spirit. It was like a battle cry before a battle, but also a declaration of victory. This time, it was different. Its voice was even sharper and more majestic, but there was no power in its voice. There was only grief and indignation, no fighting spirit, only endless killing intent. Ice Dragon was angry. Dragons had reverse scales, and those who touched them would die. For the Ice Dragon bloodline, protecting the bodies and graves of their fathers and ancestors was their greatest responsibility. No matter who it was, anyone who dared to trespass would be torn apart by the sharp teeth and claws of the Ice Dragon. What Ice Dragon did not expect was that the person who barged in this time was Emochingdi. The Ice Dragon did not understand the human language, but in its heart, it treated him as a companion. It was the same kind of dragon as him. It would not hurt him, nor would it discriminate against him. If there was good food, it would feed him. If there was something good to drink, it would let him drink. If there was danger, it would rush to the front. The Ice Dragon was lonely because he lacked his own kind. Therefore, the lonely Ice Dragon recognized Emochingdi as one of his kind. But how could he do this? How could he hurt himself like this? Oh! Ice Dragon's eyes turned crimson. His dragon heart was in great pain. It was as if his heart was being cut by a knife. Ice Dragon stretched his front legs forward and his back legs back. His body was arched, like a sharp arrow that could be shot at any time. This was the posture of the Ice Dragon when he was about to attack. Ice Dragon was about to attack. Emochingdi felt a little melancholy. He had thought of such an outcome, but in his heart, he did not want it to happen. Emochingdi knew that the Ice Dragon did not understand the human language, but he could not help but want to say something. Because if he did not say something, his heart would be very uncomfortable. Talking to an animal was such a stupid thing to do, but no one could see it anyway. I know you are very sad. This is my fault. Emochingdi was like a father who had done something wrong, apologizing to his wrong child. I have never told you that I came to this land of extreme cold to find you. A doctor told me that eating the Ice Dragon's tendon and drinking the Ice Dragon's blood could repair my damaged meridians. I did not believe it at that time, but I still wanted to come and try. When I was young, I did not have a family. I was all alone. It was a very dignified man who brought me home. He asked me what my surname was. I said my surname was Emo Xiaolang. He said it was not a good name. Xiaolang, it sounded like a simple name for a cat or dog. The most important thing in Jianghu is to have a good reputation. He said my name was not domineering enough. He thought about it and said he wanted to change my name to Emochingdi. I liked this name very much. I asked him what his surname was, and he said his surname was Fang Hui. I said I could also have the surname Fang. From now on, I will be your disciple. My life belongs to the Fang family. He refused. He said that we are all born and raised by our parents. How can we easily pull other people's children into our own family? If you want, you can stay with the Fang family for the rest of your life. If you don't want, you can roll up your bedding and leave. But let me know when you leave. That way, I won't curse. I will stay with the Fang family. I will become a part of the Fang family. Roar! The Ice Dragon's roar became deeper, and the vibration frequency of its chest became much lower. Its blood-red eyes looked at Emochingdi in confusion. It did not know what this man was saying to it. Was it apologizing? Saying sorry? My surname is not Fang, but I have never felt that I am not a member of the Fang family. Fang Hui is my master, and also my father. Fang Yixing is my senior, and also my elder brother. Fang Yan is my junior, and also my child. In those years, the Fang family had some good days. Especially after I succeeded in climbing the heavenly Tao, the Fang family was in the limelight. I was very proud that I could bring glory to the Fang family. That is what I have been working hard to achieve. But, too many things happened later. At this point, Emochingdi's voice became a little gloomy. My meridians were cut, Fang Yan's heart of Tai Chi suddenly became stillborn, and Fang Yixing was killed in front of his house. That night, I rushed out with my spear, but when I was halfway there, I saw Fang Yan carrying his father's corpse back. I glanced at Fang Yan, then turned around and left. I locked myself in the courtyard drinking. That day. No, that time, I drank for 3 days and 3 nights, and then slept for 4 days. I woke up a week later, because I had no choice but to wake up. That was the 7th day of Yixing's death. According to the rules of Swallow Dock, it was a very important day. Later on, Fang Yan guarded the tomb, just like you are now. He was quiet, ate and slept less. I secretly went to visit him. He had nightmares every night, and woke up from them countless times. I know that his heart was filled with guilt and self-blame. He regretted not being able to protect his father, and regretted not being able to save his father. Actually, I feel the same way as him. No, I feel even more guilty and remorseful than him. He is just a child. Everyone can forgive him for not being able to do these things. However, I am the disciple of the old master, I am Yixing's brother, and I am the same age as him. I should bear the responsibility of protecting the family, but I did not do it. This is hard to forgive. I could not save his son, and he must be very disappointed in me, right? Huaxia, Azure Dragon, don't underestimate me. Come to think of it, we have some history. You are an ice dragon, and I am an azure dragon, but I am also a useless dragon. I know that there are countless people who are laughing at me. There are countless people who are pointing fingers at my back. They are betting that I will never be able to stand up. They are mocking me for not being able to protect the Fang clan and my brothers. At that time, I thought that even if I could not go back alive, I would die outside. I could not let the Fang family suffer more humiliation because of my existence. So, I came to this extremely cold place, and I met you. I looked for you for a very long time, and when I found you, I was already in despair. The volcano erupted, and I thought I was going to be drowned by the lava and buried by the glacier. Who would have thought that I would be saved by you? Mo Qingdi looked straight into Ice Dragon's eyes, and with a bitter smile, he said, "We humans have a saying, a drop of water must be returned with a spring of water. You saved my life, and I should give my life to you. But, I can't do that. I have to go back, and I have to go back healthy. So, I found this place, and I also want to extract some dragon tendons from your ancestor, and use some dragon blood. I am a villain." Mo Qingdi looked at Ice Dragon and said, "I am a despicable and shameless villain. I apologize to you, and I admit my mistake honestly." Mo Qingdi turned to look at the frozen corpses of the ice dragons, and said, "But I have to be honest with you, I still want them. I really need their help." Roar, seeing where Mo Qingdi was looking, Ice Dragon roared again. Its voice grew louder, and it was deafening, like thunder in a cave. Crack, crack. The icicles above began to fall, and the ice on the walls began to crack. Humans are really shameless. Mo Qingdi said. Don't ever think of trusting humans again. If you see someone like me, just open your mouth and eat him. Roar, Ice Dragon's hind claws kicked wildly on the ground, and ice shards flew in all directions. I've never said these words to anyone, not to the old man, not to my wife, and not to Fang Yan. Now that I've said them to you, I feel much better. I've said what I want to say, and now it's your turn. Mo Qingdi looked at Ice Dragon and said. Roar, Ice Dragon roared, and its body left the ground. It opened its mouth and pounced towards Mo Qingdi. Chapter 699. So Big Sister Junling and Teacher Fang have only just met. I thought you guys knew each other a long time ago. Hearing Li Junling say that he and Fang Yan met at the entrance of the club, Jiang Qin's heart suddenly became a lot happier. She said with a smile, Sister Junling, I like the private room of Autumn Whispers the most. Every time I come here, I will choose this room. Sometimes I will also go to Starry Sky, but I prefer the name of Autumn Whispers. It sounded like he was whispering to someone on a beautiful autumn day. It gave off a very relaxed and limited feeling. Sister Junling, you are really amazing to be able to think of such a good idea. Li Junling smiled brightly, looked at Jiang Qin and said, if you like it, you can come over often. But you two are too popular now, I'm afraid you won't have too much private time, right? I can always find time. Yuan Lin's long hair was cut short, and her original oval face had become a lot thinner. She didn't look as round as before, but she was more cool and handsome than before. Nowadays, girls like to go on a diet, and as a star, Yuan Lin naturally paid more attention to her personal image. As long as Sister Xia Tian doesn't arrange such a full schedule for us. How can Xia Tian be willing to arrange such a full schedule for you? As far as I know, she has blocked countless schedule announcements for you, and some endorsement contracts that don't match your image, no matter how high the other party offered, were rejected by her. I even joked with her before, saying that even raising 2 daughters is not as attentive as she is to you. She also said that I don't understand, always secretive, and don't know what you are going to do. Li Junling and Xia Tian were best friends, so she naturally knew some things about the Arasima group. In her opinion, she had never seen a boss who treated the company's employees better than Xia Tian. Which boss would cook or make food or pastries for the staff every Saturday and Sunday? At least, Li Junling thought that she couldn't do it. However, she also clearly knew that Xia Tian regarded Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin as her younger sisters, which was also the reason why she was so enthusiastic to the two of them. Sister Xia is good to us, and Sister Junling is also good to us, Jiang Qin said with a smile. After being in the entertainment industry for a long time, some of the way people handled things had obviously changed a lot. She hugged Li Junling's arm and said, "Sister Li Junling, I've ordered the nobles here. Would you like to sit down and drink with me? I still have things to do. I'll come over and have a drink with you guys later," Li Junling said with a smile. She looked at Fang Yan and said, "Mr. Fang, enjoy yourself. If you need anything, just let me know." "Thank you. Thank you for your hard work," Fang Yan thanked them sincerely with a smile. He had a good impression of this girl. Just her demeanor and temperament were enough to make people fall in love with her. Moreover, Fang Yan could see that she was interested in befriending an arrogant woman. If she suddenly put down her pride and became friends with you, you would feel a sense of respect in your heart. Li Junling waved his hand at them, then turned and left. After Li Junling left, Jiang Qin was too embarrassed to come forward and hug Fang Yan's arm again. She looked at Fang Yan and said with a face full of joy, "Mr. Fang, your mental state this time is much better than before." When Fang Yan was in mourning for his father, Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin would come to visit whenever they were not busy. At that time, Fang Yan was like a walking corpse. In terms of mental state, it was indeed much worse than it was now. Yuan Lin poked Jiang Qin's waist, indicating that she should not say these things that might evoke Fang Yan's sorrow. Fang Yan smiled and waved his hand. "You two don't have to do those little things down there. I saw it all, Yuan Lin. It's okay, it's all over." Jiang Qin was a little nervous at first. She was worried that she would say something wrong and make Fang Yan sad. Seeing that Fang Yan spoke casually and his posture was free and easy, which was really different from before, she said with a smile, "Mr. Fang, are you really okay? What can happen?" Fang Yan shook his head. "What has happened, no matter how sad I am, I can't make it go back. At that time, I mainly wanted to accompany him more, and also let myself calm down and think about some things. Some things have been figured out, and some people have been found. The things that were originally blocked in my heart have been cleared up a lot. Now I really have nothing, so you don't have to be so careful, for fear of provoking me." Jiang Qin nodded and said happily, "Mr. Fang, it's great that you can recover to the same state as before. You don't know how afraid you used to be. Yuan Lin and I always wanted to see you, but every time we came to see you, we didn't know what to say to you. We were afraid that if we accidentally said the wrong thing, it would make your heart more sad. Mr. Fang has become our former Mr. Fang again." Yuan Lin said with a smile. As soon as he returned to his original form, he began to pick up girls. "Mr. Fang, tell us quickly, what is your relationship with Sister Junling?" "Yes, Mr. Fang, tell us quickly, what is your relationship with Sister Junling?" "Sister Junling is usually so arrogant, and she is not a person who is easy to get along with." "How did you know each other?" And she even personally sent you to the private room. It seems that your relationship is very good. Jiang Qin's face was full of curiosity, staring at Fang Yan like a curious baby. I met her at the door, Fang Yan explained. I was looking for someone to ask for directions, and she happened to appear, and then she brought me here. Impossible. Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin shook their heads at the same time. The eyes that looked at Fang Yan were full of doubt and exploration. Fang Yan touched his nose and smiled bitterly, saying, Do you not believe me, or do you not believe your sister Junling? Neither. Jiang Qin shook his head and said, It's too simple. Too easy. How can you know each other so easily? You don't know how many people in Yanjing City want to know the piano goddess, Li Junling. There is no chance at all. Yuan Lin added another stab. Fang Yan shrugged his shoulders and said, I can't help it if you don't believe me. You two little girls invited me here. It can't be just to ask me what's the relationship between me and Li Junling, right? Of course not. Jiang Qin said with a face full of smiles, We heard that Mr. Fang returned to Yanjing, so we hurriedly invited you out to meet him. Since she knew that you were in Yanjing last night, Kiss seemed to have lost her soul. She took out her phone several times and wanted to call you, but she was afraid of disturbing your work. In the end, I snatched her phone and called you. After you agreed to come out and meet us, Kiss started to be anxious again. Is it better to wear a dress or casual clothes today? Is casual clothes too casual? Is a dress too sexy? She woke up with dark circles under her eyes today. She is bewitched. Yuan Lin. Jiang Qin covered Yuan Lin's mouth to stop her from saying any more. Yuan Lin dodged, and the two girls played on the sofa again. Fang Yan sat down on the sofa on the other side. He took their chilled red wine from the ice bucket, poured a glass for himself, and sipped it. No matter how the world changed, the relationship between Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin did not change at all. This made Fang Yan particularly happy for them. The two girls were finally tired of playing. They lay on the sofa and looked at Fang Yan sitting across from them without any image. Mr. Fang, you have changed a lot, Jiang Qin said. I have become quiet. I have become mature. Yuan Lin's eyes swept over Fang Yan's face and said, There is a kind of silent majesty that can give people a sense of security. Fang Yan smiled bitterly and said, I was quiet for a while, and you can interpret so many things. Of course, Jiang Qin said proudly. Who asked us to be your students? Who asked us to know you so well? Fang Yan raised the glass in his hand and said, Cheers to long time no see. To long time no see. Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin raised their glasses at the same time and touched Fang Yan's glass. Everyone raised their heads and drank the wine in the glass together. At this moment, a waiter in a black uniform came over with a tray. Jiang Qin looked at the red wine on the waiter's tray and asked, Are you mistaken? We only ordered a bottle of Marquis, and you have delivered it. There can be no mistake. The waiter placed the tray on the coffee table in front of Fang Yan and said, Our president said that she has collected 2 bottles of good wine and would like to invite the 3 of you to have a taste. Sister Junling's private collection. Yuan Lin took the red wine and looked at it. She was speechless and said, It's actually flame snake. This is a product of the Rothschild family's mysterious manor. It is mainly for their own family use, and a small amount will be sold to the market. Such a good wine, even Sister Junling doesn't have a lot, right? How could she be willing to give away 2 bottles at once? After asking this question, the 2 girls stared at Fang Yan again. Their gazes seemed to be saying, Teacher Fang, you'd better tell us the truth. Fang Yan pretended not to see it. He lowered his head to admire the red wine bottle and said, Since it has been delivered, let's have a good taste. He looked at the waiter standing next to him and said, Help us open it. Yes, sir, the waiter said respectfully. The venue quieted down, and the sweet sound of the piano was like a clear spring flowing from afar, ringing in everyone's ears. Sister Junling is playing. Jiang Qin listened attentively for a while and said with a gentle voice, "You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure."